Hey guys, it's Hogan here, and in this video, I'm going to be showing you guys how to create a professional and scalable e-commerce website in WordPress. So if you've always wanted to create an e-commerce business but you didn't know where to start, then this is the perfect video. It's a completely free course walking you through from A to Z to creating your own online store ready to accept credit card payments without any coding or programming knowledge. It's just going to be drag and drop and copy and paste. So for a lot of people, it may sound too good to be true, but there is a downside. So while anyone can actually build it, it's definitely going to take some work and time. So this isn't just like a 2-hour podcast where you can just watch, listen, and chill. This is a very practical tutorial where you actually need to make some time, perhaps clear your desk, get a coffee or your beverage of choice, and then take action to get the results that you want. Now, why do you need an online store these days? So besides being extremely low cost to get started and allowing you to pretty much sell anything that you want 24/7 to anywhere around the world, just from your laptop, there is another major benefit, and that's owning your own platform. So this has been proven to be extremely important these days. So if you're an e-commerce seller planning to or are selling on third-party marketplaces such as Amazon, eBay, or Etsy, you're putting yourself at a massive inventory risk of accidentally making a mistake and perhaps getting your account suspended. So I'm not saying that these platforms are bad. They are good in a lot of ways, and I personally sell there as well. But you do need a backup. You do need more control. You do need to be omni-channel, and you do need to have your own online store. So not having your own online store, you are really competing for space with thousands of other merchants. You can't edit your product pages. You can't collect emails. You don't have data to remarket to your customers. You can't really create a custom landing page for sort of advertising campaigns. And you can't really show what your brand is about. With your own website, you can do all of that. Now, if you take a closer look at this website, it's going to look similar to popular online retail stores such as Nike, Apple, Louis Vuitton, and Amazon. So we took inspiration from these multi-billion-dollar companies and applied some of the most important features and design to our own website. So you can be certain that you walk away today with a really professional and modern e-commerce website. And unlike a lot of other videos, this website we're building is going to be extremely customizable and scalable, so you don't need to constantly switch different themes, wasting hours of your time. So let me give you a tour of exactly what we're going to be building today and also explain the 4-step process of creating your own e-commerce website. So I'm going to give you guys a quick tour and show you exactly what you're going to be learning in this tutorial. First of all, I'll show you guys how to add this really modern and simple header layout. You can also change the header layout design. You can change the color and the style. I'll show you guys how to add in this secondary header. So it's a very popular feature on a lot of websites where you can display a custom message, for example, free shipping for orders over $100. I'll show you guys how to add in a logo and a favicon. So it's a little icon on your tabs. Then I'll show you guys how to add in your different categories on your menu. So for example, if you're selling men's and women's clothing, you can add that. I'll show you guys how to add in a mega menu. So this is a really sort of popular feature that you might have seen, but not many tutorials actually have this feature. So in this tutorial, you're going to be learning how to create this really nice mega menu where you can visually display your products. I'll also show you guys how to add a track order page. So your customers can come here and enter in the order ID and an email and then click on track. So this shows your customer whether or not it has been processed. If it has, then they can also track their order to see when that order is arriving. So this saves the customer a lot of time, and it also saves you a lot of time as well from them actually contacting you. You've also got the order details. They can order again, and I'll show you guys how to create a contact page. So you can have like a map, and you can have a simple contact form to basically allow your customers to get in touch with you if they need to. You've also got a My Account page. So this is a really cool feature because basically able to save the customer's details. They can log in and they can sort of update their payment methods, like for example, their credit card details and their addresses, so that next time when they come to your store, they can check out really quickly. Again, it's a popular feature on pretty much all e-commerce websites. They can also access their downloads here directly as well. So for example, if you're selling ebooks, they can download it from here, and they can also manage and view their previous orders. So over here, you've also got a wishlist page. So people can add their products to the wish list. And for example, if they close your websites and then come back, 2 days later, they're still going to have the products over here. They might decide they want to add it to cart. So you've also got a really nice slide out sort of cart feature. And I'll show you guys the checkout process in a second. You've also got a search function, so people can search for the product, for example, like a bag or something like that, and then they can click into the product and view that product and purchase it. Next, I'll show you guys how to add in this hero section. So you have your heading, your sub headline, and also call to action buttons. And you can also add a button which links to a lightbox, so you can display your products like that in a video. And you can change the background to any color, like a gradient or like a video background or like a slider as well, which I'll show you in the video. Scrolling down over here, so as you can see, you can sell pretty much any product that you want. So you can sell, physical products, for example, like a Apple Watch band, or you can also sell downloadable products like an ebook, right? You can sell t-shirts, you can sell anything, pretty much anything, as long as it's not illegal. Over here, what's really cool is that I'll also show you guys how to add sort of like customizations to your product. So for example, this is like a cake or something, and you want to allow people to add like a birthday message, for example, like happy birthday, Kelly, and you can scroll down and people can add it to cart. So it's a really cool feature to have. You can also have the PayPal buttons over here so people can check out immediately. You can also disable this as well if you wish to not display it. It depends on what you want to do. And over here, you've also got the description. You can also turn on the builder to add more content. Over here, you've also got additional information. And down here, you've got the related products. You've also got this sticky sort of product over here. So people, it reminds people to add the product to the cart as they're scrolling down. And you can also view the reviews over here. So your customers can come here and leave a review for your product. And I'll also show you guys how to add in a variable product. So for example, if you're selling t-shirts with different colors and sizes, so for example, if we change it to blue, then it's going to change. And if you change the size, the price is going to change as well. You can add it to wishlist here. You can also share it. And scrolling down over here, so as you can see, here we've added in a video, so you can do the same as well for your products. We've got the related products down here. So I'll also show you guys how to add in a shop page. So this is basically where you showcase all your products, and you'll also have a product filter. So people can filter by price. They can also filter by category. They can filter by on sale. You can also add different filters, such as like filter by color as well. So let's just say, for example, we change the price filter, then it's going to update automatically. So people can actually hover over that. Now, if you have multiple images, it's going to do like a slider effect, but we don't. You can also add the quick look. So you can quickly look at the products like that and decide whether or not you want to add it to cart. And you can also sort the products over here as well. Okay, so that's really, really cool. So let's go back to our homepage. I'll show you guys how to add in the featured products. So this is a really cool feature of this theme because it's very, very easy to display any product that you want. So you can easily change what you want to display. So unlike other videos where you have to enter in shortcodes, which make it really, really complicated, here you can easily customize it. You can change like the different categories. You can also add like a product filter. You can also change like the layout of it. Like perhaps if you want to change it to grid 4 or grid 3. You can also hide certain things. For example, hide the product titles. You can also hide the pricing if you want to. You can hide the add to cart. And it's very, very easy to edit how you want to display it as well. Okay, so we can click on done over here. We can also zoom out of the page. So I'll also show you guys how to create this section over here where you can link it to a specific product or a specific category. Editing this website is also very easy. So you can easily click on the section, and let's say you want to sort of move it up and change the location of it. You can just drag it up and you can just drop it there like that. You can also undo as well. And scrolling down over here, I'll also show you guys how to add in a blog. So this is a very important feature of an e-commerce website because it allows you to create content for your website. This drives organic traffic to your website so people can purchase your products. And I'll also show you guys how to add in your Instagram feed so you can display that on your website. Also an email opt-in, so you can collect emails and remarket to them. Over here, we've also got your social media, so you can display that or you can hide that as well. I'll show you guys how to create this footer section with your different menu items and your social media. And you can also click up over here and that scrolls back up. So I'm going to show you guys a test transaction and show you guys how a customer would order from your website. So let's say, for example, they want to order this drink bottle. They can click on select options because that is a variable product. So you have different variations. So I'm going to select the silver one, scroll down, add to cart, and they can click on keep shopping or they can click on checkout. So we're going to check out. Here they can enter in a coupon code if you have provided them with one, and scrolling down over here, they'll enter in their billing and shipping information. So over here, we put in all the information and they have calculated the total. So here they can select the different shipping options, which I'll show you guys how to set in. And also the taxes will be applied if necessary. So right now it's got 0 taxes. Scrolling down over here, they can choose cash on delivery, credit card payments, or they can choose Alipay, PayPal. If you are in India, you can also add something called Razorpay. So it's a very popular payment method. So here I'm just going to type in the test credit card like that, and then put in an expiry date and a card code. Scrolling down, select I've read and agreed, and then click on place order. Okay, so the order has been received. So for you, you're going to get an email stating the customer's order, so you can actually fulfill that. The customer is also going to get an order confirmation. So once you have those 2 emails, you can also come back to your dashboard. And this is where you can manage your store. So specifically for your orders, you hover over here and click on your orders. So you can click into your order. And then here you have all the customer's information, and then you can proceed to ship the product. Once you've shipped the product, you can add your tracking number over here. So let's say, for example, something like that. You can select the shipping provider, so whichever one that you've sent it with. So there are also more options which you can add in later. So for example, DHL, then we can click on save tracking. So once that has been added, your customer is also going to receive another email stating that the order has been shipped with the tracking number, so they can actually track their order. This website is also fully mobile responsive, so it fits on all mobile and tablet devices, allowing your customers to purchase directly from their phone. You can also download your own app on your phone to manage your store, track your inventory, and receive order notifications. So basically what we're building today is a complete professional website that accepts credit cards, which web agencies would easily charge thousands of dollars for. Now let me explain the easy 4-step process of creating your online store. So step number 1, we're going to be installing WordPress. WordPress is a content management system. Essentially what that means, it is a platform that allows anyone to create a website, blog, and online store without any coding or technical knowledge. It's actually the most popular way to create a website these days, powering over 40% of the internet. And the best thing about it, it is completely free. So the second step is we're going to be installing an e-commerce theme. So this is also going to be free and included in the video, but you do have the option to get a support membership. Step number 3, I'll show you guys how to build out your website step by step, including adding in your products, adding in your payment options, adding in shipping, taxes, and designing your entire store step by step. Step number 4 is where we're going to take your website online. So generally in 99% of the tutorials on YouTube, this is going to be step number 1. But in this tutorial, I'll be showing you guys how to get started with your website completely for free. So you can learn how to create your e-commerce store and test things out first. Then when you're ready, then you can take it live and start selling. So in step number 4, I'll be showing you guys how to purchase your domain name. This is just your website name, for example, yourbrand.com. Then I'll show you guys how to connect it to hosting. So hosting is essentially just storage for your website so that you can save all your content, your images, file, and text so that people all around the world can access it 24/7. So the hosting that we're going to be using is something called cloud hosting. So cloud hosting is a high performance hosting solution used by professionals and web agencies. This just means that your website is going to load a lot quicker. Your checkouts is also going to be faster, resulting in higher conversions and more sales for you. And a hidden benefit is that when you're building out your website, everything is going to be more enjoyable because it's going to load a lot quicker for you. So just think of it as a faster computer. And another benefit is that it's going to be scalable. So you can increase your resources anytime. So for example, if you're getting a lot of traffic because you're doing a promotion with your influencer, or perhaps you might be scaling your ads, or it just might be peak season, then it's very important that your e-commerce website is scalable and you're able to increase your resources. Otherwise, your website might actually crash. So that is the 4-step process of creating an online store. So if you're ready, we're going to get started. So to get started, you can go to hogantour.com/Cloudways and then click on enter. And that's going to direct you to the Cloudways free trial. And right now, Cloudways does have a Black Friday offer of 40% off for the first 4 months, but they do have a 3-day free trial. So you can get started for free and test things out for free. And Cloudways is amazing because it actually connects us to some of the major infrastructures that top companies actually use. Like for example, Google Cloud, DigitalOcean, AWS, Vultr, Linode, and you get really fast hosting for your website, which is really, really good for an e-commerce website, as your checkout is really fast, your website's going to load really fast as well. So to get started, we can click on get 40% or get started. Sometimes it might be a little bit different, but click on get started for free. So over here, to sign up to Cloudways, you can use your Google account or you can put in your information over here. So I'm just going to use my other accounts because I already have a account with Cloudways, but I'm going to show you guys everything you need to do step by step. So I'm going to create a new account. So put this in and then put in my password. And I'm just going to do e-commerce. I need to improve my website speed and my monthly spend. Okay, so over here it says got a promo code, so you can put in the promo code over here, which is the Black Friday discount. Now if that is not available, then you can use the promo code Hogan, which is basically going to save you 20% off for the first 3 months when you do actually sign up. So right now it's completely free, so you can actually test out the service, see if you like it or not. And I'm going to click on I agree, and I'm going to sign up and claim 40% off. So over here, I'm going to click on close. Now they've sent you a verification email, so make sure you actually confirm your account in your email. So over here, make sure to click on activate my account, and that basically activates your Cloudways account. Okay, so that's redirected us back over here, and here we're going to show you guys how to create a server and install WordPress. So over here on the top, we're going to install WordPress version 6.0. So sometimes it might be a higher version, but right now it is the 6.0 version. So just select that for now. And here, just put in the name of your application. So let's just say, for example, demo store. So this could be the name of your website as well. And name of the managed server. So we're just going to call this one my server. And name of your project, maybe eCommerce. Oops. Okay. And then over here, you have 5 different infrastructures to choose from. Okay. So basically, the main difference between DigitalOcean, Vultr, and Linode, and then you've got AWS and Google here, the main difference is that with these 2 platforms, first of all, they are more expensive. Second of all, you're able to scale up your resources, but you're also able to scale down your resources automatically when you don't need it. So what do I mean by that, right? So let's just say, for example, you're an e-commerce website and, for Black Friday, you expect a ton of traffic coming to your website, and you might need to actually scale up your server size because you need to basically handle that traffic coming to your website. If you don't, then your website might crash or it might be really, really slow. Okay. So basically with these ones, you can scale it down automatically. Now with these 3, you can scale it up automatically, but if you want to scale it down, you can't do that, right? So basically what that means is that if you do want to scale down your resources, for example, let's say, for example, you get 1 gigabyte server and then you scale it up to maybe like 4 gigabytes, which is obviously a big price difference, right? Then you need to actually create a new server and clone your server over back to the new server, right? So it's basically going to just result in some downtime, maybe 15-20 minutes downtime. So if you're creating like a mission critical type of website, then I would suggest AWS for e-commerce because I've tested it and it's faster than Google Cloud. If you're creating a website, just for yourself, I think it's, okay most of the time to just, clone it and stuff like that, because these ones are going to be more expensive. And in terms of the actual performance compared to these ones, it's fairly similar. There's not that much difference. And yeah, so basically what I'm going to do is you can choose between these 3, but personally I do prefer the Vultr high frequency one. Okay, so for beginners, I recommend just starting at 1 gigabyte. And as you need more, then you can also, upgrade if you do need more. So probably wondering, how many visitors can the 1 gigabyte server actually handle? So from what I've asked the Cloudways team, they've said around 70,000 visits per month. So that also really depends on like your page size, the types of plugins, and basically the type of website that you have as well. So generally, if you're just a beginner starting out, 1 gigabyte is going to be plenty, before you need to upgrade to the 2 gigabyte one, right? So the 2 gigabyte one, I do believe it was around 130,000 visits per month. I'll also put up a screenshot so that you can actually see and pick the right one for your needs if you're an existing business. So the second thing you'll need to do is pick the server location. You want to pick a location which is closest to your audience so that it's going to load faster, right? Because the distance traveled is going to be less and it's just going to load faster for your visitors. So for me, I'm going to pick the Sydney location, and then on the right hand side, you want to click on Launch Now. So as you can see, it's adding the server as well as setting up your WordPress application. And I'm just going to take a quick break and come back in around 15 minutes. So as you can see, the server as well as the application has been installed. So to access your WordPress application, you can click on the www over here and then select the application that you just installed. So for example, I've installed the demo store and I'm going to click into that. And then over here, I am just going to close it. So over here, it says you can add unlimited websites to a server so that you can, let's say, for example, you want to create another e-commerce website. You can also basically add that in. So for example, you can click on that and you can add application, and then you can select the server. So the same server you just created, and add the application, right? So over here, we can scroll down to the access details. So for the admin panel, you're going to be given a sort of staging URL or a test URL for your WordPress installation. So click over here, and that's going to redirect you to your WordPress login page, which is over here. Now, if we go back over here, we're going to copy the username, okay, and then just paste that in here, and then copy over the password. So click that to copy, and then paste that into here, and then click on login. So that's going to log you to your WordPress dashboard, and basically this is going to be where you are basically going to build your e-commerce website. So you don't really need the Cloudways platform anymore until a little bit later. So over here, this is your WordPress dashboard. So let's just say, for example, you want to log back in. Then what you could do is you can basically click on log out over here on the right hand side. So this is going to be your staging URL. So a little bit later, I'll show you guys how to purchase your domain name and connect it. So it's going to be like yourname.com or yourbrandname.com. So to log into your WordPress account, you can go to this URL, okay, and type in wp-admin, and then click on enter, and that's going to redirect you to the WordPress login page. So what I do recommend is bookmarking it, and then you can access that anytime. So over here, just paste in your username, which is the email again, like that, and the password, like that, and log in. So you can also remember me and save your password so that you can log in really, really quickly. So right now I'm going to walk you through the basics of WordPress and get everyone on the same page, right? So over here you have the dashboard section, and if we click on the top, okay, click on visit site, that's going to take us to the front end of our WordPress website. So as you can see, it looks nothing like the demo that I'm about to show you to build. That's because we're going to need to install a theme and also some plugins and sort of build it out. So I'm going to show you guys step by step how to do that. So let's head back over here and let's head back to our dashboard section. So what I generally like to do first of all is I like to just close everything, just minimize everything, because WordPress can get a little bit sort of overwhelming if you have a lot of like different plugins and different pop-ups. And you can also go to screen options over here, and you can basically hide everything as well. Like generally I do hide everything because later on, once you install a lot of things, then you're going to have a really messy sort of dashboard area. So over here on the settings area, you want to go to the general tab, okay? And here you can change the site title. So basically it could be like your store name or your brand name. So I'm just going to put logo for now. And then you can also enter in a tagline, so basically explain what the site is about. So for example, if you hover over here, this demo site, it says just another WordPress and WooCommerce site. So here you can edit that tagline. So for the URL, leave it as is. For the membership, you want to click on anyone can register. So later on, it can allow your customers to actually create an account on your website. So over here, you want to select a language. You can also edit the time zone. So this is kind of important so that you can actually see the exact time when your customers actually purchased, not like a different time zone. So I'm going to set in Melbourne. So I hope that one is actually right. Yeah, Melbourne. And then here, we're going to scroll down and we're going to click on Save Changes. So the next thing what I want to do is I want to go to permalinks and I want to change the permalink structure to post name. So I don't want to have a permalink structure like this, index.php or like, equals p equals 123. So this is important for search engine purposes. And it's also important because, it's a little bit confusing once you actually, have this one over here, right? Because in search engines, you want the URL to look really clean. And also when you add in your pages and post, you want the title to be within your URL. So you want to select post name and then just scroll down to save changes. So once you've updated that, then we can also go to plugins. So plugins are basically sort of apps for your website. So for example, if you have a phone, you've got like social media apps, you've got dating apps, you've got gaming apps, you've got all types of apps. Plugins are essentially the same thing. In general, they do have some default ones installed. You've also got these other ones. So generally, I'm going to delete this Hello Dolly one. Don't need it. Over here, we can also update these ones as well. Okay, so for the Breeze plugin, this basically sort of speeds up your website. It's a WordPress caching plugin. I'm going to leave that as is. And this one is a bot protection plugin. This one I am going to update as well. Okay, so if you have other plugins, like for example, if you followed other videos, then you may want to deactivate most of them because it's just going to really clutter up your WordPress dashboard. Now, if you want to reset your WordPress back to the default settings, for example, you followed another video and you just want to start fresh following this video, you can click on Add New and we can download a plugin to basically reset WordPress because WordPress doesn't have like a reset button. Like for example, if you want to, if you're in Photoshop, you can always click like a new file or something like that. WordPress doesn't have one. Okay, so over here, we can type in WP reset, hit on enter, and then you can install this one, WP reset. So click on activate. So if you've just started following my video, then you don't need to do this. I just want to show this to the people who want to reset their WordPress site. So over here, you can click on open WP reset tools and you can scroll down to site reset. Okay, and then all you need to do is type in reset and reset your website. Okay, so it's also going to delete your content and things like that. So if you have content, then make sure to save it onto like a Word document or whatnot before you do that reset. So the next thing, you want to go to pages. And here are some pre-created pages. I'm going to delete the sample page as well. And you can go to trash and we can delete that permanently. Click back all over here. And the privacy policy, I'll show you guys where you can get a free privacy policy. So I'm going to leave that one. You can go to post as well and you can delete this one. So delete that. Okay, and then go to trash. And then over here, select all and then delete permanently. Okay, so congratulations, we've gotten the basics out the way. Now we're going to go ahead and install the theme. So you can hover over appearance over here and you can click on themes or you can just click on appearance. So over here, they do have some default themes which are sort of pre-installed. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to delete these ones because you don't really need them anymore. And you don't want to have to, always update it and stuff like that. Sometimes it can allow people to sort of hack your website when you have a lot of, old themes and old plugins which aren't updated. So I'm going to update that one. So after that is updated, I'm going to click on Add New. So the theme that we're going to be installing is not going to be from here. Okay, so the theme, you can actually go to my website, which is hoganchua.com, and download the custom premium shop theme and just click on it. And you can download that onto your desktop computer. Okay, so you can just save it onto your desktop and make sure that when you save it, that it is a .zip format, just like this. So Themify-shop.zip and not like into a folder, because sometimes your Safari or your browser might automatically sort of unzip it. If that is the case, you need to right click it and you need to compress it, right? So you want to upload this file here. So let's head back over here to our website and click on upload theme, choose file. So we're going to look for the Themify shop theme, this one over here, and click on open. And then we're going to click on install now. So this is one of my favorite e-commerce themes because it has everything that you need and it's very, very simple to use. And I personally prefer it over like Elementor because of the builder and how easy it actually is to use. And yeah, so it's just really amazing and you can try it out. So basically this is a premium theme, but I've actually partnered up with Themify. So that is the basically the theme that we're using to actually share it with you guys for free. Now, if you do have any questions, you can always drop it in the comment section. And if you want to update the theme, you can go to hoganchua.com/updates and you can update the theme there, right? So over here, I'm going to go through basically, so it should pop up with this sort of skins thing, which I just accidentally closed. So here you can choose the different skins. So personally, I prefer the shop furniture one. So this one is like really, really nice. You can pick the other ones. It's basically a sort of, it basically is like a second theme, but it is using the same theme, right? So you can actually change the skins anytime. So for example, if I select this one over here, I click on save, and then I head to and visit website, you're going to see the appearance of that theme is sort of changed, right? So let's just head back again and you can go to your dashboard, Themify shop, and then click on skins and demos. So for example, if you want to change it to something different, so perhaps, let's say this one over here, we can click on that one, okay? And then you can save it, right? It sort of changes the color a little bit and the style. So I'm going to open that in a new tab. And you can see that, as you can see, it changes, right? So here I'm going to go back over here and just select this one. Okay, so I don't recommend importing the demo because it can get really, really confusing when you import a bunch of other stuff, especially when you don't know basically where everything is. So we're going to click on save, and then we're going to go back to our site and just double check that. So if that is all good, then we're going to go ahead and create our pages first. Because as you can see, when you click on turn on builder, it's not available because we haven't actually created any pages. So let's go to our dashboard. And then over here, pages, you can click on that. And here we can click on add new. Click on close over here. So we're going to add the first page, which is going to be our home page, and click on publish. And you can click on publish again, or you can uncheck this so that when you click on publish, it just publishes. It doesn't ask you to check it again. So from here, if you want to create another page, you want to click back on the left-hand side and then click on add new again. And then we're going to add in the about page and click on publish. Okay, so as you can see, that's been published. We're going to click back over here, click on add new. And then we're going to add a contact page. So you can create as many pages as you want. Some of the other pages are going to be pre-created when we install another plugin, which is the eCommerce plugin called WooCommerce. So we're going to go back over here, and for example, I might add another one. So I might just do like delivery and returns or something like that, or FAQ. So delivery and returns, publish that. And then what we could do is click on view page. Okay, so as you can see, the pages that we've created is going to appear on the top over here. So the next thing you want to do is you want to click on the home. So what you're going to notice is the home page, it has a /home. So you want to have it as yourdomain.com, right? You don't want to have it as like this. You want to set it to be your actual home page, right? So let's go back to the Customize on the top over here. And then click on back. And then click on homepage settings. And then here you want to set a static page. So for the homepage, you want to select it as your home, like that. And click on publish. And then we're going to close that. Okay, so right now our homepage is just going to be yourdomain.com. So the next thing is I'm going to show you guys basically how to configure the default layout. So as you can see, we don't want to have this title here and we don't want to have this sidebar here either. So let's go back to our dashboard, go to Themify shop, Themify settings, scroll down to default layouts. So I'm going to open up our page in a new tab. So over here, so let's go back over here to the default page layout. So we don't want to show the sidebar, so we can select no sidebar, and also hide the title on the pages, which is the title and the sidebar. And I also want to disable the page comments on the pages, right? So let's click on save and let's refresh that. All right, so right now we have a blank canvas to work with, and in a moment I'll show you guys how to use the builder and build out your homepage. So before we do that, I'm going to install the WooCommerce plugin, which adds the e-commerce functionality for your website. So to install the WooCommerce plugin, we need to head back to our dashboard, and then we need to go to plugins. So you can click on plugins, or you can click on add new, like that. And over here on the right hand side, we're going to search for WooCommerce. So WOO and then commerce, hit on enter. And then it's this one over here by Automatic with over 5 million active installations. So click on install. And then once that is finished installing, then we need to activate it. So over here, it's going to go through a setup wizard. So I don't recommend going through this because sometimes it changes and it asks you to sign up for quite a lot of different things and, you know, install different plugins and things like that, which we don't need right now. So I'm going to show you how to do that manually. So scroll down to the bottom and skip this store setup. And I'm going to select no thanks for this. So before we go ahead and basically do everything, we want to go back to our website and see the changes that have been made. So as you can see, the cart, checkouts, as well as the my account and shop pages have been added. So let's go ahead and configure our menu section on the top over here to make it look similar like this. Okay, so let's go back over here and we need to go to our dashboard, and we can go to the appearance and click on menus. Okay, so we're going to create a new menu. So what I suggest you do is to just basically open up your website in a new tab. Okay, so you can see sort of what we're doing. So let's go over here and we're going to name this new menu. So this one's going to be called Top Nav for top navigation. And you can also set it to automatically add new pages that you create to this menu. I'm just going to leave it as is for now. So for the display location, you want to select main navigation. Okay, and then click on create menu. Now you want to select the pages that you want to have in your menu. So for example, we can have the shop page and maybe the contact page. And for the other pages, these are going to be your product categories and things like that. We don't actually have those yet. So you can add that later on. So let's just go over here. Let's add in our shop page and maybe our contact page. And maybe if you want, you can add your about page as well. But I'm just going to add those two for now and add to menu. And then click on save menu. So now if we refresh the page over here, then you can see that you have your shop page and your contact pages. Now if you go back over here, so as you guys can see, right now you can't see like the name product categories. You've got the categories, but this isn't the product category. So what you need to do is go to screen options on the top over here, and you can enable product categories to display, right? And then over here, this is basically where you can add your product categories, for example, like men's or women's or, you know, leggings, bags, drink bottles, and things like that. You can add that from here into your menu section over here. So let's just make sure we save that menu, and we're going to create another menu. So let's create another one. Over here, it says create a new menu. Okay, so for this menu, I'm going to call this icon nav. Okay, so basically what we're going to do is add the my account page over here, and this is going to be your icon navigation, right? So let's go ahead and click back, and then we're going to create a new menu. So we're going to select icon navigation here and create menu. So once you've done that, then we're going to look for the account page. So we can go to the view all, okay, and it says my account over here. So select it, add it to menu, okay, and then click on save menu. And then if we head back over here, refresh the page, it should show my account. So the only problem is that we want it to be shown as an icon, just like this one over here. So to go back over here, we're going to click on the drop down, and then the icon, we can select an icon. So insert icon, and for the search, we can type in user, select that one, and then save menu. Let's head back over here, refresh the page, and then there you go. So the other thing I want to show you guys is if you actually click on the wish list, then it doesn't actually have a page yet. So what I want to do is go back to our pages, and I want to make sure we have a wish list page. So we're going to create a new page. So for the title, we're going to type in wish list, publish. So once you've created that page, we're going to click on the icon here and view pages. So right now we need to make sure that we set this wishlist page to that navigation. So the first thing we need to do is go to Themify shop, hover over that, Themify settings, and then let's go to the theme settings, I think, or maybe not. I think it should be the shop settings, sorry. Shop settings, wishlist settings, and then here you can set the wishlist page to the wishlist. You can also disable it if you want to as well. Okay, so make sure you save it. And then if we view our page, and if we click on the icon over here, then it's going to redirect to our wishlist page. Okay, so that's really, really important to do. Now, the other thing I want to show you guys is how to change the header layout as well as the footer layouts. So you can head back over here to your dashboard, go to Themify shop again, Themify settings, and you can go to theme settings and theme appearance. So this is one of the really cool things about Themify is that you can easily change to different header layouts with basically just one click. So I'm going to choose this one, header left logo, and save. So you can also disable the sticky header, hide the logo, and things like that as well. For example, if you want to disable the sticky header, it's basically, if we actually scroll down, you'll see that the header sticks to the top, right? If you don't want that, then you can disable it really easily. So go back over here, disable it, and save. You can hide certain things as well. Scrolling down over here, you can also change basically the mobile menu style. You can also play around with the different footer designs. I'm just going to keep it as this one. You can also hide the site logo for the footer. So for example, if you want to hide the logo, then we can select that one, okay, and that hides it. You can also hide the back to top button and things like that as well. So you can play around with the different settings. And we can scroll down over here. For the footer widgets, you can also select how many widget areas do you want to have. So generally, I do recommend this one with the 4 columns, and I'll show you guys how to add in your sort of menu items in a little bit later. Okay, so not now. Let's go back over here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the footer social banners. So as you can see, this is the footer social banner section, right? So if you want to add that to your website, then you can just by clicking on here to show. So show the Twitter one, and then you can put in your sort of link, so your Twitter profile link, so that when people click onto that, then it links to that specific page, right? So here we're going to show Facebook maybe, and maybe YouTube and Instagram. Okay, so we're going to click on footer text, and what I want to do is I want to hide the powered by WordPress and Themify WordPress themes. Okay, so let's go over here, and then we're going to hide the footer text too. So that is the footer text too. Click on save, come back over here, refresh, and then that's looking really, really awesome now. So once you've basically set that in, I'll show you guys how to add in your product categories and your mega menu a bit later, because we don't have our products yet. So what I want to show you now is basically how to create your hero image section. So this is a very important part of the video, because I'm going to be showing you guys how to use the builder to create your hero image and text. So over here, we can click on turn on builder. Now this is important because when your customers come onto your website, it's the first thing they actually see. So you have to make sure you do it properly, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. So over here, when you hover over it, you're going to see sort of like a purple outline, and that's going to be a row. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to add in a row background. So if you look at websites, so Apple, they don't really have a background image, but it's a very, very light gray. You probably won't be able to see it in this recording. But if you look at this website over here, Away Travel, as you can see, they have a image background and they have some text. if you look at Louis Vuitton, they have a image and then they've got text and a button, right? So a lot of websites have pretty much the same type of layout, and I'll show you guys how to create it for your own website. So we can go ahead, go back over here, and the first thing we want to do is add in a background. So hover over the row and then click on the little paintbrush thing, styling, and then click on background. And for the background type, we're just going to set in an image for now, but you can change it to a gradient as well as a video. So if you do want to upload a video, which I'll show you in a second, make sure to upload it to YouTube first so that it's going to load a lot quicker. And you can also add in a slider. Okay, so let's just add in an image first and show you the basics. So for the background image, click on plus and we're going to select files. Okay, so you can upload the files. So I've actually prepared some images that you can actually use for your website. So if you actually go to hogantour.com/ecommerce, you can download the images to sort of follow along the video. Okay, so these are the images that I prepared over here, Hero 1 and Hero 2. So we're gonna upload that for now. So it's very important that with your hero image, you want to upload a size which is sort of compatible. You don't want it to be too big or you don't want it to be too small. So the size that I've set it at is around 1920 pixels in width times about 1280 in height. Okay, so you want to be around those numbers, okay, and the size is around less than 500 kilobytes. Okay, if it's like too big, then it's going to load slowly, which isn't good. So I think anywhere below 500 kilobytes is pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to select this one for now, Hero 1, insert file. Okay, and then here for the background mode, I'm going to select full cover. So you can also select different ones like the parallax scrolling, which is a little bit different. So when you scroll, it sort of moves, that background moves. So you can play around with the different settings. Generally, I use full cover or parallax. So I'm going to select full cover here. And the next thing I want to do is, as you can see, we can't see that image. So what we need to do is we need to hover over here. Okay, you'll see this light sort of purple, and that is basically going to add our padding or our space, right? So click it and you can sort of just drag it, right? So that's going to sort of add the space. It's also called padding. So I'm going to pull it to around 200 pixels on the top and hover on the bottom as well, okay, and then pull it for the bottom. Okay, so you want to make sure it is even. Okay, so 200 for the top and 200 for the bottom, like that. Okay, so now the image is spaced out and we can see more of that image. So the next thing that we can do is we can click on done and we're going to add some text in there. So what you can do is look for the text module, just drop that in here. So we're going to type in some text. So this is going to be your heading. So you can either type in the content on the right hand side or you can just edit it directly on the page like that. This is, let's say for example, this is a sort of a travel type of e-commerce store. So maybe luxury travel suitcases. So the next thing you can do is you can highlight the text and you can change it to heading 1. Okay, so generally for your website, you should only have one heading, one font. Now this is for search engine optimization purposes to rank your website on Google. It's one of the ways that Google uses to actually rank your website. So generally you should only have one heading 1 per page. So you can set it to like heading 2 or heading 3 for your other headings, as many as you want, but generally it's going to be the first heading is going to be your heading 1. So we're going to do luxury travel suitcases. Now we're going to click on done. So we're going to drop in a subheadline. Okay, so instead of dropping in a text module again, you can duplicate it because it's the same thing. And now we can just change the text. So we can delete that. So for example, we could do something like refined, let's say stylish, and maybe practical. Okay. So obviously we want to change this to the paragraph one. We don't want it to be heading 1. And then what we could do is if you want to change the font style, you can go to the styling, okay, and then go to font, and then you can change the size here. So for example, we might change it to, let's say size, maybe something a little bit bigger, 32, okay. And you can also change the color, so change it to white. Okay, so it's a little bit more visible. I'll show you guys how to make it even more visible in a second. And then I might change the top one too. So here we can go to styling, and instead of font, we need to click on the tab here. Okay, go to heading, because we've set it as heading 1. So heading 1 font, and you can change the font family and things like that, but basically I'm going to change that later, because if you change it now, and it's just going to get quite confusing when you change it right now. Just edit the style a little bit later. So for the color, we'll set it to white, and then maybe you want to change the size, so you can just pull it like that, just make it a little bit bigger. So maybe let's say 64. Okay, then I think that is looking great, so we can click on done. The next thing I want to add is a button, so a call to action. So drag in a button module, and you can put it below that text, and then click into that button. So for the button text, we can do something like shop now, and you can link it to whichever page or category that you want. So right now we really don't have many pages, so I'm just going to link it to the shop page. So I'm going to right click the shop page and copy a link address, and then I'm going to paste that link in here. So once you've actually created more categories and pages, then you can change the link to whatever that you want. So here we can change that, and then let's say for the button appearance, we can change the style of that, really. You can change it to maybe like a large one. The shape, you can change it as well. So it really depends, but generally try to keep your button style consistent throughout your website. Like if you are using the circle style, then try to keep all the buttons circle style. Okay, so I'm just going to keep it as the default one. You can also change the background color and things like that. So you can also change the alignment. I'm just going to keep it as is. And what we can do is you can change the color over here. So for example, make it black like that. Now, if you want to change the color more specifically, you can go to the styling, button link, background, and here you can edit the color specifically, right? So for example, you can change it to, let's say you want to change it to white for the background color, okay? And for the hover color, maybe you want to change it to maybe a white as well, maybe just like a sort of like a gray, okay? So people still know that, they're hovering over a button. And you probably want to change the link color, okay? So for example, we might change it to like a black color like that, okay? So it's more visible. And then I think that is looking pretty good, right? So let's just click on done for now. You can click on save, and you can also click on the preview over here. So you don't have to close your builder. You can click on preview, and that shows you a preview of what that sort of looks like. So that is looking not too bad, except as you can see, it's just too close to the side over here, the text. So what we're going to do is going to click back there, okay? And then now we're out the preview, and on the left-hand side, we can add some space or some padding. So we can add maybe 50 pixels to the left-hand side, so that when we click on preview, it just looks a lot nicer, right? Otherwise, it's just going to be too close there, and it's just not going to look very good. So let's click back here. Now, let's say, for example, you want to move, your text and everything to the other side. So how do you do that? What we could do is go to row, styling, font, and we can move everything to the right-hand side like that. Okay, so everything within that row is going to be aligned to the right-hand side. Do you want to align it into the center? We can align it to the center as well. Okay, so I'm going to keep it on the left because we have our suitcases on the right-hand side, and I think it just looks a lot better like that. Now, the other thing that you may want to do is you may want to reduce the padding or the spacing here because it might be too big. So you can click on the text module here, click on styling. So you want to, instead of edit the padding, you want to edit the margin. So with the margin, generally I only use the margin if I need to do negative margin. So if I need to basically, let's say for example, I move it up like that. Okay, so I'd negative maybe 15. So as you can see, the space sort of decreases. And let's just say, for example, we click on done. Let's click on preview. Okay, so that is looking great now. Now, the other thing that I want to show you is, as you can see, the text is not very, very visible, right? If you go to maybe, let's say, this website over here, the text just has a solid background, so the text is very visible, which is good. If you go to Louis Vuitton, you might not see it, but there is a slight sort of color overlay on that text. So it makes the text pop out a little bit better. That is like a gradient overlay. So the same thing on Gymshark as well. Here you can see that gradient added as well. Same thing over here. You can see a light gradient coming in from the left hand side. So you can do that same thing for your website too. So what we could do is click out of the preview and go to the row again, styling. So you can add a row overlay, which basically adds a sort of color on top of that. So you can add a black overlay, and what we can do is drop the opacity down to like 0.2 or something like that, 0.2. Okay, and then click on done, save it. Let's click on preview and see if that does anything. Okay, let's close it. Okay, so as you can see, that has made it sort of more visible because we added a sort of dark color overlay on top of that, right? So what you can do is you can click on turn on builder. Now, if you don't want to add the sort of blanket overlay, go back to styling, row overlay, delete it, okay, and add a gradient. Okay, so what I want to do first of all is I want to change the rotation. So I want to change it to 90, okay, because I want the black sort of to come in from the left-hand side like that. So what I want to do is I want to click on the last color over here, and I want to drop the opacity down to, I think, 0, like that. So it doesn't have any sort of color at all. And then click on this one, the first one, the black one, like that. And then I want to drop the opacity down as well to maybe something like 50% or so, like that. So as you can see, there is a slight black color coming in from the left-hand side, and that makes your text more visible, okay? So what you can do is you can also drag this in as well, but I'm just gonna, as you can see, sort of goes like that, right? So you can sort of drag it in a little bit as well, and I think that looks pretty good. Now let's click on save, and then we can close that to just double check how that looks. All right, so that's looking pretty good for now. Now, as you can see, you can keep your hero image like that. So for example, if you go to H&M's website, you'll see that their hero image or the images on the website doesn't go full width across. So you can keep it like that, or generally I do prefer a full width image because in my opinion, it just looks a lot better. So I'll show you exactly how to do that for your own website. So to do that, we can go to the edit page option. And then what you could do is we can scroll down. Okay, so Themify custom panel here, scroll down to the content width and set it to full width and update. Once you've done that, you can click on view page. Okay, so that's looking really great right now. Now I want to show you just a couple more things to just give you some more ideas on how you can sort of customize it to your own needs as well. So let's go back over here, styling, background. So here we can change it to a gradient as well. So you can change it to gradient color. You can also add in the video. So for example, if you want to add a video, I recommend uploading your video to, let's say, for example, YouTube. And then once you upload it, copy the link, come back over here, and then just paste in that link. So once you've done that, you can also do like, let's say, a slider as well. So you can put in like a gallery and it's going to change the images. So that is basically just going to change the images on the background. It's not going to change the text or the button. I'll probably create a separate video for that if you want to create like a more custom slider, which you have a individual image per like text, right? And text and button. So basically over here, let's just put it back to video. And let's click on done, save it, and let's close it. Okay, so basically right now we have a video background, and that's pretty much similar to what you actually see on Gucci as well, right? So let's go back over here, and let's say, for example, you want something like this where you just have like a product and it sort of changes product as well. Then I'll show you quickly how to do that. So you can go back over here. Let's just say, for example, we go to styling. For the background, I'm going to change it to image, and I can just delete that image like that. And let's go to video, delete that video too. Go to image, and let's click on, for the background color, we can set it to white. Okay, click on done first. It's just not saving yet, so let's click on save and close it. Okay, so right now it has a sort of overlay color. So you can also come back over here and delete it first. So let's go to the styling again, overlay, delete that gradient. Now it doesn't have any gradient. And we also want to quickly go in here and update the text color. So I'm going to change the heading 1 font color. Let's just delete that one, and this one over here. So we can delete that color like that, or maybe I want to make it maybe just a dark color like that. Okay, and then you can also change the button color as well. So let's just say, for example, on the right hand side you want to put an image. So how do you do that? So obviously, if let's say, for example, I drop an image module, right, it just stacks below that. So how do you put it so it's like on the right hand side? So to do that, what you could do is you can go back over here. So as you can see on the right hand side, we can drop in 2 columns in there like that. Okay, and then move the text in here. Okay, so the text is in 1 column, and then on the right hand side you have an empty column, and that's when you can actually drop an image in there. So you can click on upload files, select files, and I'm going to upload this product image. Open that and insert file. So something like that. Okay, so as you can see right now, it's not really balanced. So how do you make it balanced? So right now we can hover over the pink. Okay, so we need to control the column and go to the setting gear icon, and then here align it to the middle. So basically the text is aligned to the middle of that image, and now everything is kind of balanced. So you can also reduce. So let's just say, for example, you can reduce that, okay, down, and reduce that to, let's say, maybe 125 or something like that. And let's just try 120, and then maybe 120, save it, and then you can preview it. Okay, so that's like the basics of how to actually do it. You can customize it however you want. I just wanted to show you guys, give you guys some more ideas on how you can actually do it as well. So if you want to, let's say you want to have a slider, for example, you want to change the images, then you'll need to add in a slider module. Okay, so the other thing I want to show is that if we click on undo, so you can also undo things like that, redo, and you can also go over here, the layouts, and you can save your layout, so your entire page layout. So for example, when you create new pages, you can load that layout. Okay, and you can also go over here and hover over the 3 little dots, save, and you can also save a row. So you can basically save the row, and let's say, for example, you're creating your about page, or maybe like a product page, you can use the same row. So for example, hero for homepage, and then click on save. And then next time, so let's just say, for example, we save that first, close it first. Okay, let's turn it on again. And then over here, we can go to the saved, and then we can drop in the row that we saved. Let's just drop it maybe like that or something like that. As you can see, we have both over here. And you can also go over here, and let's say, for example, you can click on right to left. So change it around like that. Okay, so we can delete that, and maybe let's just delete that. So right now I'm going to show you guys how to add in your products. So your simple products, your variable product, and maybe if you want a custom product, I'll show you how to do that as well. So to add in your products, then we can go over here, hover over plus new, and you can click on products. You can also go back to your dashboard section, and you can go to products over here, and we can click on create a product. So generally it does say plus new up here when you have some products already added, but we're going to click on create your first product. And here we can put in our product name. This is basically going to go through a tour. We're going to close that because I'm going to show you. So we're going to type in simple products. So this is going to be a product name. And over here, this is going to be your long description. So the long description is going to be shown over here on the bottom. And on the right hand side here, you can add in a short description. So maybe like the benefits and maybe just the key features. So you can go back over here. So for example, let's copy some dummy text over, and we can just paste that in like that. And then since we have that in our clipboard, I might just add it to the short description as well. So over here, and just paste that in like that. So sometimes you may not be able to add the text in. You can click on text and you can paste it in there, and you can publish it first, and then it should work. Okay, so we can scroll back up over here. Now on the right hand side, we can click on set product image. So here they have a placeholder image. If you don't have a product yet, you can put that in, or you can download the images from my website and you can just add that in first. So let's say, for example, we want to upload files, select files, and I might upload, let's say, for example, perhaps this one over here. Okay, so I'm just going to upload all the images, open, and then I'm going to select this image over here, so with a plain background. So in my opinion, I recommend selecting an image with a plain background for your featured image, because let's say, for example, we go to the shop page, you're going to notice that it just looks a lot better, right? You don't want to have sort of like a background in there. It just looks a lot cleaner, and it's also going to be, the file size is going to be smaller, so it's going to load quicker. So that's what I personally recommend. And if you go to like all the top websites, most of them are like that. Some of them have a light gray background, but generally something like that. Okay, so we're going to click on set product image, and then you have your product image in there. You can add additional gallery images. So for example, we can add this one, this one, this one, and a few lifestyle images as well. Add to gallery, and then we're going to scroll down over here. So on the left hand side, we've selected just a simple product. Okay, so this is not a variable or any other type, and we're going to leave this empty. So we're going to put the price in here. So let's just say $1.99. You can also set in a sale price and schedule it as well. So for example, you can do like maybe $1.49, and you can schedule it from, you know, when does it start and when does it end. So we're going to click on cancel for now, and then we can click on inventory. So you can put in your SKU. So if you have a lot of products, you might have a unique identifier code for that specific product. You may want to apply it over here. And if you want to manage the stock level, which I probably recommend, you can tick it over here and you can put your stock quantity. So here you can allow back orders or maybe not allow it, because, you know, do you want your customers to order your product when you don't have it? It really depends on, you know, what you want to do for your business. So over here, you can also set in a low stock threshold. So basically, it will email you once the stock level hits a certain level. So let's just say, for example, our stock quantity is 50, and maybe this really depends on sort of how many you're selling per day and the time that it takes for your manufacturer to actually create the product and send it to you. So let's say, for example, low stock threshold, maybe it's like 20 or something like that. And then for the shipping, so here you can put in the weight. So let's say, for example, it's total of 2 kilos. The dimensions, maybe the length is, let's say, 50. The width is maybe 50. And the height is, let's say, 30. And here we can set in a shipping class. So I'll show you that a little bit later, where you can basically set in a different shipping class, because sometimes you may have different sort of dimensions for your products and the shipping cost might be different. So you can set that in here. So for the linked products, you can add in upsells or cross sells. So basically with the upsells, I believe this one's going to be shown below the product. So for example, if we click into that product, then the product's going to show over here. And then you've also got the cross sells, which is basically going to appear in the checkout. So it really depends. You know, right now we don't have any products, so we're going to add that in later. For the attributes, this is going to be for your variable products. The advanced tab over here, you can add in a purchase note. You can also set in a menu order. So for example, if we go over here to the shop page, so as you can see, we have over 100 products, right? So how do we determine the order of the products that it actually shows on the shop page? This is where we can actually set that in. Okay, so for example, we can put the menu order as 100 for now. And then this is basically going to be, if you want it to be displayed first, then, you know, you want it to be labeled as 1 or 0, right? So generally, I like to start off with a high number. And then for the products that I want to display at the front, then I'll put in a low number, okay? So let's just say, for example, I put in 100 for now. And you can also disable reviews if you want to, okay? On the right-hand side, we're going to add in the category. So we can add plus new. And this one might be, you know, leather goods. And then we're going to add new category. And maybe below that category, we might put bags or backpack or something like that. And then put it under leather goods. So sometimes you might have, for example, if it's like a dress, you might have the main category as women's, and then the subcategory as dresses. So make sure you set that in properly. And then for the product tags, it might be the brand of bag. It might be like the specific sizing of the bag. So this is basically going to be used for the search as well on your website. So you can add that in. So we're going to add that in. And then once you're done, then we can click on publish. So you can always come back here and edit everything as you need. So let's click on view products and let's see what that sort of looks like. Okay, so over here, we have in our products title, have the pricing, we have the short description. So this doesn't look too great for the short description. You probably want to format it into like little dot points. You have the products, the stock, right? So you can hide that as well. I'll show you that a little bit later. And you've got the sharing buttons as well as the wish list. You've got the description here, additional information, and the reviews. So for example, if someone wants to place a review, they can put the rating here. So this was a great product, highly recommend, something like that. And then we can click on submit. And then over here, it has the customer review. And for your products, if you click on the shop page, then it also show the review, the star review as well, right? So you can obviously disable that if you want to hide that as well. But right now I'm going to show you guys how to add in a variable product. So a variable product is when you have different variations. So the process of adding a variable product is fairly similar. We're going to hover over plus new and click on product. And here we can set in the name of the variable product. So let's say, for example, variable product. And then here we can paste in the long description again. So I'm just going to copy that text and just paste that in, and then go to the short description and paste that in as well. So you probably want to just format that a little bit. Like I said before, it just makes it look a lot better. So just add the main sort of features and benefits here and just something like that for now. Then on the right hand side, we're going to set in a featured image, and I'm going to set this one. So this is going to be my variable products, the main one. So let's add that in first. So for the product gallery, we can add that in a little bit later. So here we can scroll down, and for the product data, instead of simple, we're going to select variable. So here for the inventory, you can manage the stock here, or you can manage it individually. So let's just manage it individually. And for the shipping, if they are similar weight, then you can put it here, or you can edit it individually as well. So let's just put the maybe the standard one. So let's just do maybe 0.5 kilograms, and the size, maybe let's just do 30 by, let's say 6, and the height is maybe 4. And click on link products, so we don't have too many products yet. Let's click on attributes. Okay, so here we've got the attributes and the variations, right? So this is basically where we can add the custom product attribute, which basically is like the colors or the size. So you can add it in manually over here, but I recommend adding it over here on the left-hand side, because if we do it here, then later on, when we do the product filter, you can't really do the colors properly. So we don't recommend doing it here. So right now you can, add in maybe like product category first. Let's just say, for example, this one could be, let's say watch bands, like that. Add new category, and then the subcategory could be, let's say, for example, Apple, right? Because that's the brand of it, and you might have, other watch bands as well, like for example, Samsung or maybe other brands. So you can put it under there, add new category, and let's click on publish first. So let's set in the variations, right? So let's head over to the attributes. Okay, so on the left-hand side, under products, there are attributes. So what we're going to do for this one's going to be the color attribute. So we're going to put color. The slug should be the same as the name. And then over here, we're going to click on add attribute. And I'm going to add in another one as well. So this could be the size. size like that, and then add attribute. So over here, we can configure the different colors. So here, click on configure terms. So what color do you have for your products? So maybe we have, let's say for example, I'm going to open up the folder. Can't remember what color we have. So let's say for example, we have a cream color, black, that's I think a green, blue, red, and yellow. Okay, so we've got 4 different colors here and maybe a multicolor. So 7 colors. So I'm going to add all those colors in. So let's go back over here. And the first one might be multi. So multi. And then add new color. The second one we're going to do is cream. Like that. And then we're going to do red, red, dark green, dark green. We've also got a blue. Put that in blue. And we've also got a yellow one, I think. So yellow. Add that one in. And the last one was a red one. Oh no, black one. Okay, so let's go over here and type in black and black. Add new color. Okay, so now we have set in the attributes. So what we could do is we can go back to the attributes over here and click on configure terms. So let's just say, for example, you have, you're selling clothing, you might have small, medium, large, or anything like that, and you can set in the different sizes over here. So for this one, the size name might be, I think it's like 40 millimeters. Okay, so this is the watch size. And then we have maybe a 44 millimeter. Like that. So for you might have like small, medium, large. This is just for the watches. So you can add as many sort of sizes as you want, and then you can add that to your product later. So let's head back to all products. And I'm going to click on our variable products. Scroll down. And then we're going to click on the variations over here. Attributes, sorry. And we're going to select the attributes that we're going to add in. So we're going to add in the color attribute. And then we're going to select the values. So here we can select these ones. So you can basically select all, okay? Because these are all the ones that we created specifically for this product. Then we're going to select use for variations. And let's click on save attributes. And we're going to add in another one. Oops. Sorry, that's my bad. Delete that one. We're going to add in the size one. Click on add. And then click on use for variations, and we're going to select all. Okay, and save attributes. So right now for this specific product, we have 2 different attributes. Then we want to click on variations. So now we want to add in the variations, and we want to select create all variations from the attributes. So click on go, click on OK, and click on OK over here. So right now we have all the different variations, and we can set in the specific product's image, as well as the specific SKU, specific pricing, and also the stock and things like that. So here we're going to add in the images first. So upload files, select files, and I'm going to look for that folder. So it is this one over here. Let's just upload, all these images. Click on open. And I'm going to select this black one over here, set variation image. And here we can set in the price. So for example, this one is $49. And then we're going to set in the image again, black one. And then this one is going to be maybe $59. Okay. And you can also click on manage stock here. So you can manage the individual stock quantity. I'm just going to leave it unchecked because you can do that yourself. I don't really want to make this video too long. So over here, we can add in a specific description if you want to as well. And basically you can set in the specific sort of image for each one. So I'm going to quickly do it, and you can pause the video and you can do your ones as well. So we can make sure you add in the price, otherwise it's not going to show the product. Okay. So I'm going to come back and hopefully it's going to be done. Okay. So once you've added the variations, click on save changes. And then what we could do is click on update. And then we can go ahead and view that product. So we can click that. And over here, we have our variable product. So here we can switch the color. So if we switch it to black and make sure we choose the size option, it's going to change it to that specific product that you put in. Okay, and the price will change as well. So 44 millimeter, the price is going to change. And let's say, for example, you set it to the multicolor, it's going to change as well. So one thing that you may want to do is that you may want to set in a default color. So for example, if we refresh this page, you're going to notice that the color and the size is not selected, right? So how do you put in the default color? Maybe you want to put in your most popular version. So we can click on edit products, scroll down to the variations. And then here for the default form values, we can set in the most popular one, for example, the multicolor, and maybe this one is the 44 millimeter. And then click on update, and then click on view product. Okay, so that's going to be automatically selected on default, and I think that's probably a better option for you. And yeah, so that's pretty much it for the variable product. And you can go ahead and add in your additional gallery images. Now what I want to show you is how to add a custom product where you can allow customers to sort of add on different things. So for example, if you're selling like luggages, or even if you're selling like birthday cakes or something like that, you can allow your customers to add maybe like a certain message that you want to put on that cake for additional amount of money, right? So I'll show you guys how to do that. Now, if you want to add a custom product, I'll show you guys how to do that. If you don't, you can skip ahead. So over here on plugins, we're going to add a new plugin. So we can't really do that with the default WooCommerce plugin. We need to add another one, and it's going to be called Advanced Product Fields. And then you can click on enter. And then it's this one over here with 20,000 installs by Studio Wombat, and then click on install. And then we're going to activate it. So from there, what we could do is, let's say for example, you want to go to your products. Okay, so we don't really need to add a new product. I'll just show you with an existing product. For example, this one here. So you can click into that product, and then we can scroll down. So once you've added the plugin, it's going to add something called the custom fields. So you can click on that. And over here, we can add the field. So here we can click on add field. So what type of field should it be? So this could be just a text one. So for example, for the label, perhaps it could be like add name. And the instructions could be maybe like 25 character limit. And then here, so if it's required, then you can select yes. And you can also set a default value, also a placeholder text. And here for the pricing, so if you want it to be free, then you can leave it as no. But basically I'm gonna add maybe $10 for it. Okay, so if people want to add maybe like a engraving on the bag or whatever that is, then it's going to be an extra $10. So you can change the price over here. And then after that, we can just, you can set the position as well. So we're going to keep that and just click on update. And then let's go ahead and view that product in a new tab. So if we scroll down over here, it's going to add the field here. So let's say, for example, we add my name. And I'm not quite sure why it's $8. I'm pretty sure I said $10, but never mind. You can fix that later. So as you can see, from 149 plus $8 equals 157. You can add that to cart. And then over here in the cart, you'll also be able to see that as well. Okay. And once people actually do the order, you'll actually show that in the order as well. So the other thing that I do want to change is that the font here is a little bit too big, in my opinion, for the price. So what I've basically done is that if you actually go to my website, hoganshaw.com/ecommerce, I have some custom CSS code, which you can use to edit that sizing. So what you can do is go to this page, scroll down to CSS fixes, and you can copy this text over here, copy that to your clipboard. So it says edit font size for the customize single product page. Copy that, come back over here, go to customize on the top left, and then basically we just need to paste in that CSS code. So it's going to redirect you to Themify options, scroll down, custom CSS, and then from here, we just need to paste that in, okay? So as you can see, that has sort of reduced the size of that pricing, which I feel is probably a little bit better, okay? And then over here, if you do want to edit the font size, you can sort of change it here. So for example, 4.4 EM, like that. And you can also change the font weight and things like that. So I personally think that's okay. So we're going to click on publish, and you can also change the color if you want to as well. You need to get the hex code color, so you can quite easily just get that. If you go over here, body fonts, color, you can select the color and then get the color code and then basically just paste it into here. All right. So let's just click on, so what I want to do is just delete that one first. Let's click on publish and let's close that. So what I want to do now is I'm going to go ahead and add more products so that I'm able to show you guys then how to display your products on your homepage and basically add in the mega menu and things like that. So you can go ahead and add in your products as well. So in this part of the video, I'm going to show you guys how to add your products on your homepage and display it. So you'll also be able to sort of create a section like this, so you can link it to your collection or your categories or a specific product. So before we can actually do that, what I recommend doing is going to my website, so hoganchua.com/ecommerce, and downloading the Builder WooCommerce plugin. So this is going to be for displaying your products by using the Themify builder. So let's head back over here. After you've downloaded it, go to your dashboard and then go to plugins. Click on add new. And then over here, we're going to upload a plugin. So choose file. And then we're going to upload this one. So builder woocommerce.zip. Okay, so if it comes in a folder, make sure to right click it and compress it back into the zip file. Open and install. Click on activate plugin. So once you activated the plugin, it's not going to show in the back end of your website. It's just going to show on the Themify builder. So let's go ahead and turn on our builder and scroll down. So here we're going to add a new row. So to display our products, we're going to add a new row just like that. And I might drop in a text module like that. And I'm going to do best sellers. And then also I'm going to do featured products like that. And then here, I'm going to set this to, I think, heading 4. Okay. This one, I'm going to set it to heading 2. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to align it into the center. You can use this align center as well if you want to. So generally, I personally just use the one over here. If you go to styling and then font, align the center like that. Okay. And then what you could do is we can add some spacing on that row. So we can hover over that, and that light purple, we can drag it down to maybe 50 pixels like that. And for the heading 2 font, I may want to adjust the size a little bit. So go to styling, general tab, heading 2, and then here we can change the size. So make it a little bit bigger, perhaps 30, 36 looks okay. Click on done. Now we can scroll down over here to the add-ons. So here we can drop in the WooCommerce module. So drop it below that. And here we can display our products. So as you can see, it's very, very easy to do. Now, if you don't actually have this plugin and you're not using this builder, sometimes it's quite hard because you're using shortcodes and stuff like that. But this one, you're able to really customize exactly what you want to display quite easily without using any shortcodes. So here we can, select all products, or you can select your featured products, the products on sale. So I'll show you guys how to set in your featured products. So here we can select a specific category. So right now, it's just displaying all of it. So let's just say, for example, we just want to display the leggings. Then we have the leggings like that. And then we can scroll down and you can basically play around with the different settings and see how you want to display it. So for example, you may want to limit the products to maybe 4 like that, and it's only showing 4 products. So as you can see over here, we can change the layout as well to grid 4. So if that's what you want to do, then you can do that as well. Let's say, for example, you can also add a product filter as well. So if you want them to filter the products by clicking it, then you can do that. So there's quite a lot of different things that you can adjust here. And yeah, just basically play around with it. For example, you may want to remove the price or you want to remove the add to cart. You can quite easily do that, just like that, right? So you can also remove the ratings. Now, if you want to go to styling, and over here we can click on the tab, and you can basically edit each of the different sections, right? So for example, if you want to edit the price, you can change the font color and things like that as well. You can add, change the button. So the button hover color. So for example, let's change it to pink. Then it's pink, right? You're going to change the font. So you can change that to white like that. And yeah, you can play around with the different color settings. I'm not going to go through that too much. So I'm just going to click on X for this and X for that. Click on done. So what I want to show you now is how to basically set in your featured products on your homepage, right? So what we can do is click on save, and let's just close this for now. So let's head back to our dashboard section, and then let's go to products. So for example, if you want to add a featured products, what you need to do is you need to, over here, there's a star icon, right? So we can click on this one, and that's going to be selected as our featured product. So we want to display maybe, one legging, and maybe perhaps we want to display some other products as well. So for example, let's see. Okay, don't want to really display any rings. Let's display maybe these headphones. So you can check that. Maybe a bottle like that. Maybe we could do a bag as well, like this one, this navy bag. And I think let's go back over here. Perhaps let's add a green luggage. And let's see, maybe this one as well. Okay, so I think I got 5 or 6 featured products. So once you've set that in, then we can go back to the site, turn on our builder, scroll down, click into that. And then for the type, we can select featured products. So from here, we're gonna select all categories, right, to enable all those products in there. And we can limit the products to, let's say, 6. Okay, so we've got 6 different products over here. And what we could do is we can change the layout to grid 3, right? So that's gonna look really, really amazing right now. And we can click on done. Okay, so that's the basics of displaying your products. Now, you can, create separate pages, and you can use the WooCommerce module here and drop that in. You can also play around with the product categories one as well. So for example, let's just say we add another row and we drop in the product categories. Okay, so as you can see, it's something like this. Generally, I don't really use it too much, mainly because I just sort of recreate it myself. So basically, I recreate it like this, right? It just looks a lot better. And you got more control over it as well. So you can use that, but what you need to do is if you want to set the product category image, like for example, the featured image, I'll show you where you can set that in. So I'm going to delete this for now, save it. Let's click on close. So I'll show you where you can edit the featured image. Go to dashboard section, and then let's go to I think it's the products here, okay, and click on categories. And then here, you've got the different categories, right? So this is where you can set in a specific thumbnail image, and you can upload it over here, okay? So that's how you do that. So the section that we're going to create is going to be similar to this. So this is Gymshark, and it's linking to their women's page and linking to the men's page on the right-hand side. So you got 2 separate sections. Now you're going to see like very similar thing on Nike as well. So this one's linking to the kids, men's, and women's. So it's just a different layout, and pretty much the same on Apple as well. So as you can see, it's linking to that specific product. So here again, away, so you've got the featured products, just like we have. Scrolling down, this one's linking to that specific deal. So we're going to go ahead and create one for ourselves. So let's go turn on builder, and we can scroll down. So below here, we can add in a row, and we're going to add a 2-column row. So you can set as many columns as you need, maybe like 3-column or 4-column, depending on, how many categories you want to link to. So for example, what we're going to do now is add a image. So here we've got 2 columns, and over here, we're going to hover over this column, and it's going to be orange. So we're going to add a background image to that column, styling, background. And for the image type, we can put in an image. You can also set in a gradient, video, as well as a slider. So we're going to stick with an image for now. That's the easiest one. And just put in image. So upload files, select files. And I'm going to upload my image. So I'm going to upload, I think, these ones. So these ones with the category titles in them. So, okay. And then click on open. Now we're going to select a image. So I might select this one over here. Click on that, and then click on insert file URL. So here you want to select full cover, and I'm also going to select another image for the other column. So we're going to click on the styling, the background, upload an image, and I'm going to select this one here, insert file, and select full cover. So the next thing that you want to do is you want to add some padding to that column. So you can click on styling. Now here we can go to the padding. So generally you can sort of hover over it, but it's kind of a little bit hard because when you hover over it, it's hovering over the actual row padding, right? So we can actually set that in as well if you want. But here it's easier to edit the column, okay? Column settings, and then the padding. So it's easier to add over here. So we can add maybe, let's say 100 pixels to the top, 100 pixels to the bottom, like that. Now it's sort of easier to drag and edit, right? So we can drag and edit it like that. So let's just say, for example, we drag it to 150 and maybe 150. And we sort of want to do the same for this image as well. So we're going to click over here, styling, padding, 150 and 150 for this. Okay, click on done. So now that we have 2 images, which represents 2 categories maybe, and what we could do is just add in a text module inside. So for example, we could do something like text, drop it in here. This one could be like desk. And then let's set it to heading 2. And we can move that to go to styling, move that into the center, like that. And maybe you want to change the font size. So this is heading 2. So we can click on general tab over here, heading 2. And then we can edit the size to maybe 36, like that. And I'm going to duplicate it, okay, instead of creating a new one. So just drag it and drop it in there like that. And then here we can drop in maybe living. Okay, so here you can change the image. It could be like, for example, you can change it to the leggings one and then link it to your leggings page. It really depends on what you want to do. You can do shop men, shop women. Once you've done that, then you can click on done. So if you want to add another text below that, like a little subheading, you can do that as well. So we can drop in, let's say, for example, a button. So drop in a button. And then here we can drop the button. So shop now, like that. And then for the link, we can link it to that specific category. So we don't really have a desk category, but let's just say, for example, let's just link it to, let's open our shop page in another window. So let's just say, for example, you want to link it to a specific category. What we could do is, let's say, for example, just pick a product. So for example, this product over here, luggage 4. Then here you can get the categories, right? So on the top here, you can click on the luggage category, or do you want to link it to the check-in suitcases category? So link to the luggage one, like that. Copy the link, come back over here, and then just paste that link in here. And then scroll down, and then what we're going to do is you can change the color of the button like that. And perhaps let's go to styling, font, and move it into the middle, right? So you can do that. You can also change the button color. So here we can just duplicate it, drop it in there as well. Okay, and then you'll need to change the link specifically to link to that specific one that you want to. So another thing that you could do is, let's say for example, perhaps you may want to add a overlay color. So column overlay, let's just say for example, put it to be black, drop the opacity down a little bit. So basically you can change the text color over here to perhaps maybe a white color, right? Because it just looks a little bit nicer. It really depends on what you want to do, but that's something that you can do. And then you can go back over here. We can copy the styling, copy it. Okay, copy the row, the column styling. Come back over here, and we can paste styling, and that's going to basically add that overlay as well. So we can click over here, font. Let's just change it to white, something like that. Okay, so obviously that image has changed. So let's go ahead and change it back to this one. Okay, so how do we create, let's say for example, how do we create something like this where the button is on the left hand side? So what we could do is go back over here, and let's just delete the text module, delete it. And what we could do is, instead of the padding to be 150 on the bottom, we can just remove that to 0. Okay, remove that to 0. And then the same for the right hand side, remove that to 0. So, okay, so let's just click on the styling here, go to the padding and just delete that. Okay, so now that button is on the bottom. So as you can see, it's in the center. That's because we aligned it to the center. So I can go to styling, font, align to the left, and the same for this one over here. So styling, font, align to the left. So as you can see, we can't really see that image. So what you may want to do is perhaps add more padding to the top. So let's add maybe up to, let's say 500, like that. And you want to do the same for this one, otherwise it's not going to be even. So drop it down to, let's say 500. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. And yeah, that's basically how you do it. So you can go to the button instead, because you don't have any text in the middle, then we could just do like shop desk. Same thing over here, shop maybe living, something like that, right? Click on done. And then if you want to add a little heading up here, then instead of creating it again, just duplicate it. We can also zoom out like that, and then drag this module. Let's just drag it below there, like that, something like that. Okay, and then we can just change it. So like, for example, shop collection. And then what did I actually write here? Shop collection, view range. So go over here, view range, like that, and click on done. So another cool thing that you can do is, let's just zoom in. Now, instead of recreating it again, so let's just say, for example, you want the same thing below that, then we could go over here and just duplicate it, right? So you could have 4 different categories like that quite easily. Another thing that you could also do is you can go over here and save it as a row. So this could be like collection 1. In case you want to, use it on another page, where you can just go to the saved one, and then you can basically just drop it anywhere on your website. So it's very, very simple to do. Once you know the basics of doing it, you just have to be a little bit creative, in terms of your layout. You can look at some inspiration and then try to recreate it. Okay, so once you've done that, we can click on save and we can close that. So let's just delete this section down here first, and I want to show you guys how to create something like this, like just in case you want to change the layout. So I want to give you some more ideas on how you can do that. So here, as you can see, we've got 2 separate columns. Now the first thing that we want to do is we're going to, let's zoom in first. So we're going to go over here and hover over the gear icon. So we're going to go to the row options and set the row width to full width. So now it's going to go all the way across. So the next thing we want to do is we want to reduce that spacing in here. This is going to be the gutter spacing. So you can go over here, the options, and then go over here, we can change the gutter to no gutter. So that's basically going to stick together now. And then what you could do is, let's say for example, you want to have, maybe one side you want to have a category and the other side you don't want to have an image. Then it's quite easy. So you can just go to styling, and then for the background, you can just go ahead and sort of just delete that image, maybe put in a background color, and then over here, we can go ahead and add text in the middle, right? So that's basically like how you can actually, quickly transform it, reduce the spacing over here, and then you have something very similar to this website, okay? So if you want to put the text in the middle like that, this is basically, let's say for example, we go back over here. So let's just reduce that for now. So I'm going to go to the columns styling, and then go to padding, and let's just delete this. Okay, then what we could do is let's just drag in a text module like this, and then we could put some text. So lorem ipsum, let's set this to heading 2. So I'm going to go over here to the row, and I'm going to go over here, align to the middle. Okay, so it's going to align the text and button, everything in the middle. And I'm going to go to styling for the column, go to the font, maybe change it to white, and then align that to the middle. For this button, we're going to make sure that's aligned to the middle as well, because we set the align to left previously. You can just put it, deselect it, and it's going to align to the middle like that. Okay, so that's basically how you can do it really easily. And hopefully you guys found a lot of value in this section, because you can use everything that you learned here to recreate any type of layout that you want. So what I'm going to show you now is how to add in a product filter for your shop page. So as you can see, if you have a lot of products, then it's going to be a lot easier for your customers to use the filter to find the product that they want. So basically it's very easy to do. So the first thing we need to do is go to your dashboard, and we need to go to plugins, and you can click on add new. And then on the right hand side, we're going to search for a plugin, Themify products filter, and then click on enter. So here we're going to install now. And a product filter is pretty much very popular on a lot of websites. So it's going to be really amazing. So simple to actually add in. So over here, you've actually got a video as well, so you can check that out, but I'm going to show you guys how to set it up really quickly. So on the left hand side, once you've added the product filter plugin, then it should show here, okay? And then click on product filters. And what you'll need to do is click on add new to add a new filter. So click on add new. And then here you can set in a form title. So for example, shop page. And there are different display settings, so it really depends on what do you want for your own store. For example, I might want the pagination option to be an infinite scroll. So essentially what happens is that it's not going to show like sort of any pages, that it's just going to keep on scrolling. Okay, so I'm going to select that one, and you can also select the number of products per page, but I'm just going to leave it as is for now. And here you can also set in a reset button. So basically at the bottom of the filter, people can click on reset. It basically clears the filter. So I might add that in. You don't have to add it in, because if people click on the filter thing again, it automatically deselects it. Okay, so over here I'm going to scroll down. So here are all the different filters. So I might add in a price filter, and then here you can change it to slider or range. So you can also add maybe a title if you want to, and you can minimize it. Then we're going to drop in a category like that, and you can select different display options again. You can also include or exclude certain categories by the number ID. Okay, so I'll show you where you can get the number ID in a second. So over here, I might select display as radio buttons, because I think that looks a little bit better. And then we're going to scroll down, and I think that is okay. So let's minimize that one. And then perhaps you could do something like the product color. So these are the variations that you've added into your attribute section a little bit earlier. So you can add in the product color, so people can select by color. And here we can select the radio one. And then what you need to do for the color icons, you need to click it, okay? And you need to set the color for each of the colors that you've added. So here, the black one, we're just gonna add a black color, add a blue color really quickly. For example, like that, cream color. Okay, dark green. Multicolor. There is no multicolor really, so I might just put it like that for now. Or you can add a background image if you want to. Okay, so here I'm going to set in a red one, silver one, and also a yellow one. So something like that. And I'm also going to hide the original product color labels. And I'm also going to scroll back up here. I might hide the show product counts as well. Same thing for the categories. I'm going to hide the product counts because I don't think that looks really good. But that really depends on what you want really. So I'm going to disable that one. And let's see what else we can add. So we could add the product size as well if you want to add that in. You can select the on sale products like that. And yeah, so we're just going to leave it at that and click on save. So you can add in the other ones if you want to. So save it and then close it. Okay, so basically now we have the shortcode and we need to paste the shortcode into the sidebar section. So what we need to do is hover over appearance and go to widgets. And then scroll down to the shop sidebar here and click on the drop down, click on plus, and then let's search for shortcode. Okay, click on that and then just paste that in here. So once you've pasted that in there, so click on the outside here and then click on update to save. So right now, if we actually go to our shop page, you're going to notice that it doesn't actually display yet. So the reason for that is because for the shop page layout, we haven't selected the one with the sidebar. So let's head back to the Themify shop, Themify settings. And let's go to the shop settings. And then this is going to be the product archives. So click on that. And for the shop page sidebar, you want to select the sidebar. I'm going to select the one on the left hand side, like that. And then for the product archive sidebar, I'm also going to select the sidebar left. And you can also change the product layout. So for example, right now it has 4 sort of products across. So let's just save it. And you can play around with the different display settings. So save it, refresh it, and then you can see how that looks on your screen. And you can play around with the different settings. So as you can see, it's quite small. So I might change it to something like grid 3. And I generally disable the masonry layout. So click on save. And I'll show you what that sort of means. So let's just refresh that page. Okay, so as you can see over here, you have a product, which is the wireless Bluetooth headphones. So as you can see, the text or the title is actually 2 lines. So what happens is that it pushes this product down a little bit. So now these products aren't even, and these products aren't even either, right? So that's why I like to disable the masonry layout. And essentially, it's just going to be even when you actually even have a product with 2 lines like that. Okay, so it's basically going to be all even, and that's what I like. So I'm going to refresh that. And then we're going to scroll down, and you can play around with the different settings on that page over here as well. And yeah, just test what you personally like. And you can also go to the single product page. So you can also change the layouts and things like that for the product page itself. Okay, so as you can see, for example, now the masonry layout is disabled. Now it's all even, right? So let's just click into a product over here. Just quickly, so you can play around with the different settings for the single product page, depending on what layout that you want, okay? And you can hide certain things as well. Okay, so the other thing I want to show you really quickly is how do you find the category ID numbers if you want to hide certain categories on your shop page filter. So what you can do is we can go to the products over here, click on categories, And then over here, we can click on the category. So for example, the bottle category. And then over here on the top, okay, so the top URL, here it has the cat and tag underscore ID equals 41. So this is going to be your category ID, right? So if you want to sort of hide certain categories, then you can go back to your product filter over here and then click on edit. Okay, so sometimes this happens. Just click on refresh. Oops, click on back. And let's just click on edit again. Okay, so now it's perfect. So let's go back over here. Click down here, scrolling down, and then you can exclude certain categories, right? So let's just say, for example, we want to exclude, I think that was 41. Click on save. And let's close that. Come back over here, refresh. Then the bottle category should disappear. Okay, so as you can see, the bottle category is not there anymore, and that's looking great. So here you can play around with the different settings. So for example, you just want the on sale. You can also click on clear, and you can try the different price ranges like that, and everything should be working perfectly fine. Now what I want to show you is how to add in your different mega menus and different menu display options as well. So to add the mega menu to your website, it's very simple. So over here, appearance, then you can click on menus. Over here, we're going to select the menu. So I'm going to select my main top navigation menu that we created earlier. Click on select. And here we can scroll down a little bit and then click on the product categories. Okay, so if this doesn't show, the product categories don't show, what you'll need to do is scroll up, and on the top right, click on screen options, and then make sure to select product categories. Okay, so that's basically going to show the categories, and then you can add it in. So let's say, for example, we want to add, let's say, leather goods, backpack, handbags, luggage, and check-in suitcases. And let's just add that in first. So add to menu. So over here for the leather goods, what we could do is here we can click on the drop down, and I'm going to select the mega post for this one. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to indent it. Okay, so for the backpack, we're going to indent it under leather goods. Same with the handbags, like that. Okay, and that's going to display the mega menu for these two sub items. So let's click on save menu. And then once you've saved it, you can refresh it. And then if we hover over leather goods right now, then if we hover over backpack, then it's going to show the mega post like that. Okay, so as you can see, the image is sort of cut off. So I'll show you guys how to fix that right now really quickly. So before we do, let's say, for example, you want to add just a simple drop down. It's also very simple as well. So for example, let's say you can drop in the check-in suitcases like that. And let's say you want to put something else in there. Let's just say, for example, bottle, like that. And for example, you want to put the leggings in there as well. Okay, so just put that in there. And what you can do is you can also change it to, let's say, for example, drop down columns. And you can select 2 columns or 3 columns or 4 columns, depending on how many items you have. So here we can click on save menu and refresh that page. Okay, so as you can see, we've got the drop down in 2 columns like that. Now, if you don't add the columns, then it's just going to drop down in a single column. So it really depends on what you want. So here you can also do, subcategories of a subcategory. So you can pull it in there like that as well. So then the leggings are going to come out of the bottle category. Save menu. Then if you hover over bottle, then leggings is going to pop out like that. Okay. So to fix the mega post thumbnail here, what we need to do is let's go back here to Themify Shoppe, Themify Settings. And then let's go to the theme settings and then click on mega menu. So right now for the post image, you can see the size is 180 times 120. Because the images that we uploaded into our website for the product images, they're actually all sort of square in terms of the size. So for example, if we click into that, it's going to be 640 times 640, which is like a square. And then what we need to do over here is we need to make sure that the dimensions here are a square as well. So we can do maybe something like 150 by 150, and then we can click on save. And if we refresh that, then it should be pretty much good to go. So over here, and that's looking really, really nice, like that. So the only thing I want to fix is, as you can see on the bottom right hand side, it's sort of cut off. Now what we need to do is we need to go to Customize, and you can head to my website, so hoganchua.com/ecommerce, scroll down to the CSS fixes, fix the mega menu drop down padding, copy the code, okay, just copy that over to your clipboard, come back to your website, and then navigate to Themify options, scroll down, custom CSS, and here we're going to paste it. So click on enter, so paste it below the other CSS that you have. Control V or Command V, paste it in, publish, close. And now if we hover over the item, then it should be all good to go like that. Okay, so that's pretty much how you set in the mega menu. Very, very simple to do, and personally I really, really like it. It makes it, really enhances your website and makes it look really, really cool. So what I'm going to go through now is the WooCommerce settings. So this is very important because we're going to be talking about just the general settings, the taxes, the shipping, and also setting up the payments. So without this, basically you won't be able to get paid. So it's very important to follow this part of the video. So over here, to navigate to this section, you want to click on WooCommerce and then click on settings. And then over here, you got the different tabs. So right now we're on the general tab. So what I recommend doing is setting in your store address. So this could be your business address or your home address, or if you don't want to put your home address, you can probably purchase like a PO box or something like that. And this is going to be used to determine your taxes for your customers and things like that later as well. So over here, scrolling down, for the selling location, I recommend just starting off with specific countries. It might be just locally, like in your local country, because it gets quite complicated if you sell worldwide with the shipping, taxes, and things like that. So here we can set the specific countries. So for me, I'm going to set it to Australia and New Zealand, and you can just click it and you can start adding the different countries. So for example, let's say we want to also sell to Brazil, then you can just add that in like that. Okay. So here for the shipping location, I recommend setting it to ship to all countries you sell to. Okay. So here, scrolling down for the taxes, you want to enable that. And then once you've actually enabled that, then this tab will actually pop up. Okay. So we'll talk about that in a minute. So we're going to scroll down over here. You can set in your currency and click on Save Changes. So the next thing that you want to do is you want to click on the Products tab. And over here, you can scroll down to the reviews. So do you want to enable product reviews? So this stuff over here, it's all up to you and what you want for your own business. For the measurements, I recommend setting it to the one that is most popular in your country. So for me, it's kilos and centimeters. For you, it might be like pounds or something like that, and you can set that in. So over here, we can click on Inventory. And then here you can enable the stock management and, also set in notification email address. So perhaps you might want to set it to your own personal one or something like that. This is kind of important because if you're running low on stock, then you want to be notified so that you can actually order more with your supplier. So over here, you can also set the stock display format, right? So for example, if we go to a product, for example, this product over here, now if we have set it to manage stock and we've set the quantity that is in stock, right now it has 20 in stock and actually shows on that page. Now, if you want to hide that, then we can go back over here, and for the stock display format, we can click that and we can never show quantity remaining in stock. Or you could do only show quantity remaining in stock when it's low. So for example, if it hits the low stock threshold, then it will actually show. So I think either this one over here or this one is good. I don't really recommend that one because if you have hundreds of products in stock, you don't really want people to know that. So that's what I personally recommend, like these two. And then just click on Save Changes. So for me, I'm just going to put maybe this one. Okay, Save Changes. And then here you can also customize the downloadable products. So if you actually offer downloadable products, generally I just leave it as defaults. You may want to set downloads to require a login as well. And here we can go to so we're not going to talk about the taxes yet, so I'm going to go to the shipping first. So I'll show you guys how to set in your shipping zones and your shipping classes. So to create our first shipping zone, we're going to click on Add Shipping Zone. And here we're going to set in a name. So I'm just going to call this Australia. And for the zone, we can select Australia or we can select by state. I'm just going to do Australia. And then for the shipping method, we're going to add that in. So generally for most websites, they'll have maybe like a flat rate shipping as well as a free shipping. So we're going to set both of those in. So we're going to add the first one. So we can click on Edit. So you can change the shipping title. So for example, this could be called, let's say, standard shipping. And then you could write something like, 3 to 5 days, like that. And then for the cost, we can set that in, for example, $10. And then we can click on Save. The next one, we're going to add a free shipping one. So add that in, add shipping method, and then click on Edit. And then here, free shipping. So basically, a lot of websites will have a minimum order amount for the free shipping. So for example, we can set that in here, a minimum order amounts. And let's just say, for example, it could be maybe a minimum amount of 100. And then we can click on Save Changes. So those are the two shipping methods. Now, let's say, for example, you want to have a express shipping method. We can do it by clicking on Add Shipping Method and just adding the flat rate again. Okay, just add that in. And then over here, flat rate, we can click on Edit. And this could be called Express Shipping. And then just do like 1 to 2 days, like that. And then for the cost, let's say, for example, it's $20. And click on Save Changes. So this is our first shipping zone. So this one's for Australia. So once you've done that, then I think that should be saved. Okay, so the saved is not showing, so it should be saved. Let's go ahead and click on shipping zones again. And as you can see, it's saved over here. Now we're going to add another one. So for example, let's say, for example, this one's for New Zealand. Okay, because we're also selling it to New Zealand as well, like that. And then just type in New Zealand. And then over here, you can go through the same thing. So for example, we'll just do one flat rate, and we're going to call this one maybe $15. And then this one called standard shipping. And then this one might be 5 to 7 days. And then click on Save Changes. So basically, once that is saved, now your customers will have an option to select the different shipping. So let's just go to our store. And let's see if we can add a product. So we already got a product in the cart. So let's go ahead and click on Checkout. So if we scroll down over here, we'll have the different shipping methods for your customers. So as you can see, the order is a bit weird. So generally free shipping should probably be on the top. So you can go back to your website to sort of reorder that if you want to. So let's go back over here to the dashboard. So hover over WooCommerce and then click on Settings. Go to Shipping and then click on Edits. And then over here, what we could do is click it and you can drag it up like that. And essentially what that is going to do, it's going to move it upwards. So if you go to the checkout now, then we scroll down, then free shipping will be on the top like that. So I think that is going to be much better. So let's talk about shipping classes. So click on shipping classes over here. So basically what this is useful for is if you're selling different types of products on your website. For example, you might be selling clothing, but then you might be selling something heavy like luggage. So obviously the shipping cost for you is going to be different, right? So for example, let's say if you're selling something heavier, it's just going to be more expensive for you to actually ship. So perhaps you want to set in a different price for your customers. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that. So you can click on add shipping class. So for example, we have a large shipping class and the slug is just going to be the same, large. And you can put in a description here just for your own reference. So maybe it's just for 10 kilos and above, or it could be for luggages only, right? So here we can set in a large shipping class and then click on save shipping classes. So once you've set that in, you can go back to the shipping zones and you can set the price for that shipping class specifically. So let's click on edit for the Australian shipping zone and let's click on edit for standard shipping. So over here, for the cost, you want to change this to 0, okay? Because basically it's going to be no shipping cost is going to be 10, right? You don't really want it to add that 10 plus 10 over here. So we're going to make that 0 and then put the 10 over here. Now for the large shipping class cost, let's just do, for example, $20. Okay, so if it's a large item, it's going to be $20. If not, like a normal item, it's just going to be $10. Now for the calculation type here, this really depends on what you want. So do you want it to be charged per shipping class? So for example, if you have a luggage and then you have a piece of clothing, so it basically adds 10 plus 20 together, which equals $30. Or do you want to do it per order, right? So it's just going to charge the most expensive shipping class, which is going to be $20. So I'll sort of explain this to you in a second. So let's just do it per class for now, okay? And let's click on save changes and you can do the express shipping as well. So here the cost is going to be 0 and then you want to make sure the no shipping class is 20, okay? The same as over here. And then for the large shipping class, maybe let's just say $35, okay? And click on save changes. Now, once you've set in the price, then you need to set in the shipping class for that specific product. So you can click on product. And let's say, for example, we search for luggage, search products. And let's just say this black luggage over here, we're going to click into that. And then we can scroll down and then click on shipping, the shipping tab, okay? And the shipping class here, you want to set it to the large shipping class. Once you've done that, you can update that. And then we can go ahead and view products, or you can click on the link here. So let's just say, for example, we add this item to cart and let's go to the checkout. Okay, so if we scroll down over here, you're going to see that it's going to be $20 because it's the large shipping class. The express is $35. So that's added in. Now, what if, for example, we have, let's add another item. So for example, we have this smaller bag, right? And we're just charging $10 to it. Let's add that to cart, go to checkout, and let's refresh that page. And if we scroll down, okay, it's going to be $30, right? So it's going to be the non-shipping class, which is $10 plus the $20 large shipping class, so it's 30. And then over here for the express, it's 20 plus 35. So that is because we have basically set it in as per class. So let's click on dashboard and go to WooCommerce again and go to settings, go to shipping, go to shipping zones and then click on edit for the Australian shipping zone, click on standard shipping, okay? And as you can see, it's per class. So it's 10 plus 20, or do you want to just do it per order? Which probably is what I personally recommend because you can, include some of that large shipping class cost within the product itself. It's just a lot better for conversions. You don't really want to sort of give people such a big shock at the checkout. So yeah, generally, I personally like per order like that. So now if we go and refresh the checkout, you'll see that it's going to be $20, right? So it's going to charge the most expensive shipping class, which is the luggage, right? And then express is $35. So now that is pretty much all good for the shipping classes. Now you can have multiple shipping classes like, small, medium, or large. And right now we're going to talk about the taxes. Okay, so let's talk about the taxes. Now, first of all, you need to navigate to your WooCommerce settings and then click on the taxes tab. Now, if this doesn't actually show up, then you need to go to the general tab over here and then make sure to enable your taxes and save changes. Then the tab over here is going to show. So taxes is something that's necessary for pretty much all businesses. So it's very important that you actually get it correctly. So let's just close this thing over here. So here is going to show the prices entered with tax. This basically depends on your country. So for example, in Australia, generally with most websites, and if you go to the store, everything is going to include tax already in the price. But in some other countries, then it's actually exclusive of tax, and then only at the checkout, then it's going to add the tax. For example, like in Thailand, I'm pretty sure that they actually add the tax afterwards, and they show the price exclusive of tax. So this is going to be dependent on your country. So taxes are quite simple generally for most countries, like for example, Australia, where we just have a flat rate of 10% for the goods and services tax. But in United States, it gets quite complicated. For example, you have something called the origin-based tax, and then you've also got destination-based tax, which basically is like, for example, if you are an origin-based state, then you charge the taxes based on the tax rate in your business like sort of address. If you are in a destination-based tax state, then you're going to charge the tax rate based on the destination of where that product is going to be shipped. So it gets quite complicated because every sort of state and every county and every postcode has different rates, and that sort of stacks on top of each other. So basically we have a plugin that automates that process, but right now I'm going to show you guys how to do it manually. So for those of you who are in a country which is quite simple, then it's quite simple to set up. So over here, you want to make sure that you just set whatever one is most applicable for your country. So in Australia, I'm going to select yes. And then what you want to do is you want to display prices in the shop, including tax, and you want to display prices during checkouts and the cart, including tax as well. Now, if you've set this as no, I will enter price exclusive of tax, then generally you do want to have it excluding here as well, okay? And then for display tax totals, you can display it as itemized, or do you want to display it as a single total? And then you can click on save changes. So once you've actually done that, then you need to set in the actual rate. So you need to click on the standard rate. So over here for the country code, so for example, if you want to set the tax rate for Australia, you click on insert row. So it's going to be the country code is going to be AU, Australia. And then this is just going to apply to the whole of Australia. So the tax rate here is 10%, and the tax name, we call it GST. So if you are in another country, sometimes it's called the value added tax, the VAT. And then for the shipping, I generally check it, but you can check with your accountant or check how it actually applies in your country, and you can tick it or untick it, and then you can just save changes. So over here, you've also got the reduced rates and the zero rates as well. So basically what this means is because sometimes if you are selling certain items, they basically don't have any GST included. For example, like basic food, it might be like educational courses, it might be something to do with medical equipment and stuff like that, or it could be kids' clothing, it might be zero rate tax, or it might be reduced rate. So it really depends on what you're selling. You may need to check it for your country. So for example, if we're selling something educational, and let's say that is 0% tax rate, then we would basically insert a new row, type in AU, and then for the rate, 0%, and then put it as GST, and then we can click on Save Changes, like that. And once you've set that in, then you need to apply it to the specific product. So you can click on Product, and let's just say, for example, this product here is 0 tax, so let's click on Edit, and then we can scroll down to the General tab over here, and for the tax class, we can set it as the 0 rate, or you can set it as reduced rate, okay? And then you can click on Update, like that. And then let's go ahead and show you. So let's go to the store. So let's add 2 products in our cart, for example, this one and this one over here. Let's click on Checkout. Scroll down to the bottom. So as you can see here, it includes $10 tax. So this is basically just from this itself, right? Rather than this product here, which is 0 tax. Okay. So once you've actually set that in, then you're pretty much good to go. And then the other thing I want to show you is how to set up automated taxes. So this is going to be much easier if you're in a country like United States where you have different tax rates, which get very, very complicated. So let's go ahead and set that up. So before we go any further, now let's just say, for example, you are a business based in Australia and you're selling overseas to United States. Do you still charge that 10% for your customers? So from my personal understanding, and I'm not an accountant, you may want to double check this, but you don't need to charge the taxes for the customers in the United States if you don't have a sort of a nexus in the country. So for example, you don't have a physical location or you don't have staff there, then you don't need to charge any taxes, right? Because let's say, for example, you go on a holiday. Let's say you go to Singapore for a holiday and you purchase a wallet for yourself. It's $500. You're actually able to claim back that tax once you leave the country, right, as a duty free. So for example, let's say the tax rate for Singapore is 10% and the wallet is $500. You're able to get back like $50 when you depart the country, right? Mainly because the tax rate is for the government to actually collect from their residents, not from tourists, right? Because they need to build the roads, build the schooling, pay for their healthcare and things like that for the people in the country. So if you don't live in the country, then obviously you don't need to pay for that, right? So generally you don't need to charge taxes if it's outside of your country. So you don't need to set in the tax rate for the United States manually as well. So that's from my basic understanding. You may want to double check it, or you can still collect it, the taxes as well. So let's go ahead and install that plugin for the automated taxes. So let's click on plugins. Click on add new. And over here on the right hand side, we can search for taxes and then click on enter. And we're going to install this one here, WooCommerce shipping and tax. Click on install. And then we can activate it. So basically, once you've installed that plugin, it's going to ask you to install the Jetpack plugin as well. So we're going to go ahead and install Jetpack and connect it. So you'll need to actually sign up with your Google account or something, or you can just sign up with your email. So you can click on continue with Google, or you can sign up using your email. I'm going to click on that, and then we're going to select my email. So once you've added that in, then over here at the WooCommerce settings and the tax tab, here we can set up the enable automated taxes. So basically I've set my address to be in California. I've just changed it just then to show you an example. So I'm going to do no all enterprises exclusive of tax, and I'm going to put excluding and excluding, and then I'm going to set it up as enable automated taxes. Okay. And then I'm going to click on save changes. So right now that has been enabled, okay, and I just changed my address to United States to show you how that all works. So let's go ahead to the store. So let's say, for example, we are going to purchase this one and this product over here as well. Let's go to the checkout. And then here, you can put in the billing address. So this one is shipping to New York, and we can scroll down and the taxes are going to be 0. So it's going to be 0 for New York. So let's just maybe change the state, and you can see that it's going to change. So now I've changed the state to California and the zip code as well. And here you'll have the taxes. So it's automatically going to calculate based on the zip code that you set in here. And yeah, and that's all good. So you don't have to actually manually set it up yourself. Everything is going to be automated. So now what if we are going to sell to Australia, right? And your business is based in the United States. So let's just change this to Australia, and let's just change it to Victoria, change it to postcode 3000, the address, let's just 123 Queen Street, like that, suburb, we're going to do Melbourne, and then let's scroll down over here, and you're going to see the taxes is going to be 0. Okay, so it's automatically going to be calculated, and yeah, it's just super easy and really, really efficient like that, and that's pretty much all you need to do. So the next thing I want to talk about is the payment options, right? So you can actually get paid to your accounts. So let's go back over here, go to settings, and then click on payments. So adding payment gateways to your WooCommerce website is very easy because there are literally dozens of different plugins which you can add. So whichever company that is most popular in your country, for example, if you're in the United States and for different parts of the world, PayPal might be a really popular option. It's very easy to add that on. You can also use Stripe, which basically allows your website to accept credit cards, which I'll show you in a second. And you've also got things such as cash on delivery as well. So you can basically just enable cash on delivery, click on finish setup, and then make sure that's enabled. You can also change the title of what it's actually called, and you can click on save changes. And then that's basically set up for cash on delivery. Now, if you want to set it up with credit card, so what we need to do is go to plugins over here, and we need a plugin called Stripe. So we're going to click on add new. And then over here on the right hand side, we can type in Stripe, click on enter. And we're going to be using this one. So WooCommerce Stripe Payment Gateway, install now. And then click on activate. So if you don't use Stripe for your country, you can try to search on Google Payment Gateway plus WooCommerce plugin, and then there should be a popular plugin that basically allows you to connect and integrate it. So the process is fairly similar. You'll just need to create an account on whichever payment gateway that you've selected. So in this case, we're going to be using Stripe. So what you'll basically need to do is you'll need to go to stripe.com, and you'll need to sign up for a business account. So you'll need your business information, your business number, and your contact details and things like that. Sign up for an account and verify that account. Once you've done that, then I'll show you guys how to connect it. So basically what we need to do here is you can go to WooCommerce Stripe Gateway and go to settings here, or you can go to the WooCommerce and go to settings here. So click on the payments tab up here. And now there should be added the Stripe over here. Okay, so here we can just enable this one. So the Stripe credit card, enable that. So we're going to click on create or connect an account. And then over here, because we're already logged in to our Stripe account, then we can go ahead and just connect it up. If you don't have an account yet, you can create a new account through here as well. So click on connect. So once that is connected, you'll be redirected over here. And we can make sure that this is enabled, and you can also change the name. So for example, when you go and check out, so I'll just show you where you can actually change that name. So if we go to our checkout page, to the checkout page over here, scroll down, and as you can see, it says credit card and it says Stripe. So you can change the display name if you want to just credit card itself without Stripe. It really depends on what you want to do. So pay with your credit card. You can also enable the test mode. So we can enable that and we can do a test transaction and show you guys how that works. So over here, what we need to do is you'll need to enter in the webhook secret key for this to work properly. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and copy this, copy that, and then you can click on the Stripe account settings, and that's going to redirect you to the webhook section. And what we'll need to do is click on add endpoint. So you want to grab the URL from here that you've copied before, and you want to come back over here, enter in the endpoint URL, and then scroll down to the events. So click on add events, and we're going to click on the charge events, select all charge events, and then I'm going to click on add events. So once you've done that, click on add endpoint. And then what you'll need to do is copy over the secret key. So over here it says signing secret. So you can click on reveal, and we can go ahead and copy that like that. And then come back over here, click on edit keys. So we can click on the live keys over here, and then paste in the webhook secret for the live keys, and then test connection. Okay, that's all good. So you can save the live keys. So now, because we are going to do a test transaction and things like that, we're going to need click on edit account keys. You're going to need the test publishable key for the test account as well. Okay, so basically to get the keys for the test one is you need to go back over here. Okay, and here for the test mode, click on that, and that's going to turn on to the test mode. All right, so we're going to click on view all for the test mode. Okay, so now that we're on the test mode, we're going to add a endpoint, okay, for the test one. So let's go over here and copy the URL again, and then paste the endpoint URL. Go back and add events, and add the charge events, and then add events like that. And then we're going to add endpoint, and then reveal the secret key. So copy that key, copy that, and come over and paste it into here like that. And then what we need to do is we also need the test publishable key. So I'm going to save it for now, and I'm going to go and get the test publishable key. So to get that, you need to click on the API keys on the left, and then we're going to click on copy, and also you can copy the secret key over as well, right? So let's go to over here and edit account keys, paste the test publishable key, and also paste in the secret key, and then you can test the connection. And if that is all good, then you can save it. And then once you've done that, then we can do sort of a test transaction. So before we do that, over here, you can actually change your bank statement name. So basically when your customer actually purchase something from your website, they're going to be shown a charge statement on their bank statement. So it's very important that they know your brand name. Otherwise, they might file a dispute and ask for a refund because they don't know that it's you, right? So it's very important that you put in your brand name over here. And once you've done that, you can click on Save Changes. So I'll show you a test transaction. So let's go to our store. Okay, so we already have something in our cart. So let's go ahead and check out. Scroll down to the bottom. So over here, we have cash on delivery, and then you've also got credit card, and the test mode is enabled, right? So what we're going to do is paste in the test credit card number into here, and then put in a dummy expiry date like that, and 1, 2, 3, and then you can click on place order. So this is basically just going to do a test order, and you can go to your Stripe account to see if that's basically gone through. So as you can see, that has been received, the order. So let's go back to our Stripe accounts, and let's go to our home. So what you're going to notice is that it's on the test mode right now. And as you can see, we have received the payments. But what we could do is you can go to payments over here, and you'll see that the order has just been processed over here, right? $4.99 and at $2.45. Okay, so that basically shows that it's connected. Now, what if you want to change it back to the live mode? So we can go to the dashboard, and if you're ready to receive real payments, then obviously you'll need to change it to that one. So let's go to the WooCommerce Settings, and then click on Payments. Scroll down to Stripe. So you can also activate other ones as well. We're just gonna manage here, and then let's go to the settings, and then we can disable the test mode, and then we can save changes. And once that is done, you can also click on payment methods over here, and you can also disable or enable Google Pay, and you can also customize basically how that looks as well, and which pages you want the Google Pay to be displayed on. Okay, so you can change it. So do you want it to be light color? We can change it like that. And yeah, so I think that is pretty much it for the Stripe payment. And now I'm going to show you guys how to connect it with PayPal. So let me briefly explain what's going to happen. So once your customer actually pays for the goods, the money is going to be sent directly to your Stripe account. And your Stripe account is basically going to connect to your bank account, your local bank account, and you can set it to basically deposit that money on a daily basis or every 7 days, and then that money's in your local bank and you can use it however you like. So to set it up with PayPal, you need to also create a PayPal account. If you have a personal PayPal account already, then you can use that for now if you are just starting out and you don't have any sales yet. But if you are making sales already, then I recommend getting PayPal Business. It's going to allow you to have more options in the customizations for your payments and things like that. So to connect PayPal with your WooCommerce e-commerce site, we need to add a new plugin. So the plugin that we need is going to be WooCommerce PayPal Payments. So let's just type in WooCommerce PayPal and click on enter. And then it's this one over here by WooCommerce, and we're going to click on install now. Then click on activate. And then over here, we basically have to connect it with our account. So on the top, it should say PayPal payment is almost ready. To get started, connect your account. So you can click on that. Now, if you don't see that one, then you can go back to WooCommerce Settings and you can connect it from here. So payments, and then scroll down and you got PayPal over here. Okay, so we can enable that first. And then we're going to activate. So now we just need to connect it with our existing PayPal account that you should have created already. Put my account in here and then set in the region that I've created as, so I'm going to select Australia and then click on next. And then I'm going to log in to my PayPal accounts. And then I'm going to agree and connect. And then that is basically connected. So we're going to click on go back to WooCommerce. So we can scroll down over here and we can configure some of these settings as well. So for example, we can go to the standard payments and we're going to enable it. Okay, so we're going to enable the PayPal gateway like that. And then here you can change the name as well. You can also edit the brand name. Okay, and we can scroll down over here. You can change the checkout buttons and how that looks as well. Scrolling down, okay, so you can check all those ones if you want to. So for example, do you want the PayPal button to appear on your single product pages? Personally, I don't really want to do that, so I'm going to disable that. I might leave it in the cart though, and let's just enable the mini cart, maybe, something like that. And let's click on save changes and see how that looks. Let's go ahead and go to our store and let's add maybe a product to our cart. Let's go over here to checkout. So if we scroll down, then we're going to have the PayPal payment option as well. Okay, and then people can click on the PayPal, or do they want to pay in full? And essentially what they'll need to do is just log into their PayPal account and make that payment. So basically with your PayPal account, your money will be stored there and you can deposit that into your local bank account as well. So that is pretty much it for the payment gateways. A really popular payment gateway for India is also Razorpay. So the process is fairly similar. You'll need to go to the plugins area and you'll need to download a plugin for that. So for example, you can search for Razorpay. So over here, and then click on enter. And then you can use this one over here, install it and just connect it up by logging in, and that should be connected. Okay, so that is pretty much it for the payment gateways. Now what I want to talk about is basically some additional customizations, like adding in your other pages and blog posts as well. Also the terms of service and privacy policy pages. So what I recommend doing is upgrading your accounts. So initially when we got Cloudways, we have a 3-day free trial. Now we only have 4 hours left. So I'm going to click on upgrade my accounts. So with the Cloudways account, you're basically charged on a month-to-month basis. So you can cancel anytime. It's not like you pay for 12 months or 24 months upfront. So what I'm going to do is pause the video and fill in my details and then just click on authorize. Okay, so congratulations, you have successfully authorized your billing information. Now your account is fully activated and you can continue on building out your website. So let's create our other pages on our website. So the first page that I want to create is going to be my about page. So if you haven't already, then you want to go to your dashboard and go to pages, and then you want to create an about page. So once we're here, we can click on that page. And over here, we can click on front end. And this is going to take us to the front of the about page. So over here, we can turn on the builder. So the main purpose of me showing you this part is to basically show you some more ideas on how you can actually build your website. So instead of us recreating the page, we can go over here, layouts, and we can click on load layout. And here they have a lot of pre-designed layouts that you can actually use for your about section. So for example, if we want to search for something like an about, then we can see maybe something that we like and we can actually use it. So let's say, for example, maybe this one over here is not too bad, or this one over here is not too bad. Let's just say we pick this one over here. We can click on replace layout. So essentially it has sort of designed the layout for us, and we can use it to basically create our about page. So if you don't like a particular section, so for example, perhaps you don't like this bottom section, we can just delete it like that, delete it, okay? And we can keep that, and we can just go into here and replace the image depending on what you want, okay? Or you can do something like this. So for example, because we've saved some blocks before, I'll click on saved. And for example, we can use the hero main and we can use it and drop it like that, right? And then we can change the text over here. So for example, about us, and then the subheadline, where it all began, something like that. And then maybe the button, we don't need it, so we just delete it. Okay, and for the background image, we go over here, styling, background, and we upload a new image, select files, and let's go to our images for WooCommerce, and perhaps we could find something like the about page, and let's just upload all these images over here. And let's say, for example, we like this image, then we can insert that file. And then we have our hero image set up like that. So this image over here, I'm going to delete this row like this. And then you can go in here and edit the text, edit the images. And if you want to add maybe like a new section, you can plus that and just add the section. You can click on plus blocks as well. So for example, if you want to add something like a team section or testimonials, you can search for that. So perhaps we could drop maybe something like this in here. So just add that. Okay, so you can go in here, click on the image over here, replace the images like really quickly over here, replace this image, change this image over here as well, like that. And the last one over here, just like that, and you pretty much have a complete about section, right? So it's very, very simple to edit. Click on done, save, and you're going to be good to go. So what I want to show you now is how to add in a map as well as a contact form. So right now I'm on my contact page and I've turned on the builder. So I'm going to import a block. So I'm going to click on blocks over here and I'm going to type in contact, and I'm going to add this one over here. So we're going to click plus, and that's going to add in the layout. So as you can see over here, it says this page can't load correctly. So the reason for that is because we actually need the Google API key, and you do need to sign up for it, right? You do have to put in your credit card details and things like that, but there is another way around it. So basically what I recommend doing right now is just going to Google Maps, type in your store address or where you want to set it to be, and then over here, click on share, and then click on embed map. And here we can actually copy the HTML, come back to our website, delete this map module, and let's go to modules, and we're going to input a HTML module above here. So just paste that in, just like that. And over here, you're going to see the width and the height. So what we're going to do is, as you can see, the width is only 600 pixels across, and it doesn't cover the whole entire section. So what we could do is, instead of 600, we could do 100%. So that's basically going to cover all the way across like that. And the height, you can edit the height if you want to. So for example, let's say 400, or maybe if you want to go 500, that's up to you. Okay, so you're going to find the width and the height in the code over here. All right, once you're done with that, click on done, and then you have your map. Now to add your contact form, we need the contact form plugin. So we're going to go ahead and actually download that. Okay, so as you can see, I'm going to add some spacing over here. Let's save this first, and let's close this. So to download the contact form plugin, you can go to my website at hoganshaw.com/ecommerce and scroll down and download the contact form plugin to your computer. And then let's go ahead to a dashboard section. And then we're going to go to the plugins. And then click on add new. And then click on upload plugin, choose file. And we're going to look for the builder-contact.zip and click on open. Click on install now and activate the plugin. So the next thing that you'll need to do is you're going to find the builder contact over here on the left hand side. You can click on that, and we need to add a new form. So we can click on add new. So this is basically where all your contact form submissions will be shown, and you'll also be sent a copy as well. So let's go ahead and visit site. Let's go back to our contact page, turn on the builder, and then we're going to scroll down on the modules, and you're going to see on the add-ons, we're going to see contact. So you can drag it and you can put it in anywhere on your page, just like that, and then you have your contact form. So the other thing you'll need to do is put in the recipient. So basically, once your customer or visitor submits a message, where is it going to be sent to? So you can send it to your default admin email, or you can put in another email. Okay, so I'm just going to set it to admin for now, but you can put in your own email. You can also change the layout style as well. So depending on how you want to lay that out, let's say for example, I want that one. And then you can basically play around the different settings. Like you can have a success URL. So once they've actually sent that message, do you want to redirect them to another page? You can do that, or you can add a custom success message. You can also just play around with the different settings here. You can, rename it. You can hide certain things as well, and you can delete the title here and just put a placeholder text. It's really up to you, and you can add additional fields as well. So if you want to allow people to submit additional information, you can add that on. You can also change the alignment of the send button to maybe to the right hand side like that. You can also change the text here as well. And yeah, so you can also go back to the styling, and you can style each and every single part of the form as well. For example, the button, you can change the background really easily. So you change it to purple and things like that. Okay, so that's the basics of the contact form, and that allows people to contact you. So on the left hand side here, you can just click into it and you can edit it with your information. For example, you can change the color over here, and you can also click in here and change the icon as well. You can also add an image, right? And yeah, so that's pretty much it for your contact form, and you can add the map and contact form on any page that you need. The next thing that I want to show you guys how to do is adding a FAQ section on your website with a function like this. So for example, people can click on it and it basically expands with an answer. So I'll basically show you how to create this layout on your own website. So we can go back over here, and this can be like your delivery and returns page or a specific FAQ page. You can go ahead and create it. So over here, we can add in a simple background. Go to background image, and let's say we add in maybe this background over here, insert file, and then we can change it to full cover. Click on done, and then we can drop in a text module in there, and we can type in, I might just come over here and let's just copy the text over here like that, and then just paste that in over here. Okay, And then I'm going to set this to the heading 1 font. All right. And I'm also going to add some padding to the top. So maybe 125 or something like that. And then I also want to apply the same for the bottom, 125, something like that. And then I'm going to click here and let's just change the text to white so it's a little bit more visible. Okay. So we have our title. Then we can create a new column, a new row, sorry, and then click on that. And I'm going to create something like this because I'm going to put the FAQ sort of module thing in the middle. Okay. So what we're going to do is we can sort of expand it as well. So let's just expand it like that. Okay. And then expand the columns like that as well to maybe something like that. So 15% and 15% on the left and right. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and look for the accordion module. So we're going to drop the accordion module, and luckily we don't have to download and install another plugin. So this is all included in the Themify builder. So for the accordion title, this is where you put in the question. So for example, when will my order ship? And then you just come in here and type in when will my order ship, something like that. And then here, this is going to be your answer. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in some lorem ipsum text for now to show you an example. So paste that in just like that. And you can scroll down. You can also click on add new and add additional questions. So for example, this one is going to be, will I have to pay international taxes and duties? So I'm going to copy that text over here, copy that, and come back and paste that in. And then the same thing, just copy some random text over here and paste that in. And that's basically it, right? So the next thing that you want to do is change the display settings. So here we're going to click on accordion layout, and I want it to change the color to transparent like that. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to have a close icon and an open icon. So basically it allows people to know that, when they click on it, it's going to open. So just like over here, it's got a plus symbol, and then let's say when it opens, then we can click on the minus to close it. So that's basically the same thing here. And we can click back over here. And for the close icon, we can click on plus. And then we can select something like angle down, like that. Because when it's closed, then people know that if they click it, it's going to open downwards. Now you can change the icon as well to plus. So you can search for plus and have plus as well. And then for the open icon, you want it to angle up, or you can search for maybe minus, okay, like that. So the other thing that you may want to do is go to styling and then click on the general tab, click on title, okay, and then click on font. And for the font family, the default font on this website is, I believe Montserrat. So I'm going to select that. For the font weight, I'm going to select maybe just a regular one, okay. And then you can set the color and whatnot, and then click on done. You can really customize the style there, but I'm not going to go too much into that. So we can add a little bit of padding onto the top, okay, to make it just a little bit more even, like that. And if you want to have a title, so for example, like over here, we've got shipping and payment information. So copy that, come back over here, click on the accordion module, and you can paste the module title up there on the top. Click on done, and hopefully that's gonna actually show. So save it and close it, and then we have shipping and payment information like that. People can click into that and it's gonna expand. So I may want to make this a little bit more bolder, because it's pretty much like the same as the text over here. In my opinion, I feel like if it's bolder, it's just going to be a little bit better. And yeah, so that's pretty much like the same layout they're going to recreate over here. And yeah, so that's pretty much it for the FAQ section. So what I want to show you now is where you can actually get a free terms and conditions template, as well as a privacy policy and a refund policy template, which you can generate for your e-commerce store. So all you need to do is, I'll leave the link to this website in the description below. All you need to do is fill in your company's information as well as your website information, and then you can click on send me my terms and conditions, and then you'll be able to basically download that from your email and copy it to your clipboard. and then you can read over it, and you'll probably need to edit some of the things. For example, editing the email address and your business address in the template. And then you can go to your website and essentially just create those pages that you want, and then you can paste it in and just use the builder to build it out however you want. In this case, I've just created a very simple one where I just have the title and then I've got the text there. So you can create this for your terms and conditions, your privacy policy, and your refund policy. Now for the terms and conditions page, what you'll want to do is you want to go back to your dashboard and you want to apply it in your WooCommerce settings as well. So we're going to go over and hover over WooCommerce and then click on settings. And then go to the advanced tab over here on the top. And then here for the page setup, the terms and conditions, we can search for the page. So terms, and we already created the page. So we're going to select that, and then we're going to scroll down and save changes. Okay, so you can go ahead and add those pages manually, and then you've already got the privacy policy as a draft page, so you can click into it and edit it. Same with the refund and returns policy. You can go into it and edit that and then basically publish it. And then, yeah, then you'll be all good to go. So the next thing I want to show you guys is how to add in blog posts. Before I show you guys how to add in blog posts for your website, I want to explain why is it so important to do so. So as you can see over here, I'm on Ubersuggest. So what this tool basically does is that you can put in a keyword over here and it'll give you the monthly search volume on Google. So how many people are searching for this every single month. So what you can do with blog posts that are on your website, so you can create essentially written content with images and video, targeting those specific keywords that people are actually searching for. So then when people are searching for, let's say for example, they're searching for best vacuum cleaners, or perhaps they might be searching for how to clean carpet stains, then, and if you're selling, vacuums and things like that, then you can actually create content for those keywords. And these keywords get thousands of searches every single month. And you can create multiple types of content for these keywords. And basically you'll be able to drive organic traffic to your website, and they might look at your website, they like your content, and then they click on your store and they purchase something. So this is very good because you don't have to sort of recreate content every single day. You can create that content one time, and then you'll need to possibly just update that every now and then to make sure that the content is updated. And if your website is essentially ranking on Google, then you're going to get a ton of traffic to your website. For example, this one over here, and then you're able to sell them your products or your services. In this case, on this website over here, they do have I think an affiliate marketing type of website. So basically if people click a link and they purchase something, then they'll get a commission for that sale. So you can do this for your e-commerce website as well. And I think it's a really great way because you don't have to sort of create content every single day, and you're able to get really targeted traffic to your website as well. Basically, to add in a blog post, it's very, very simple. So we can go back to our website over here, and on the top, we can click on add post. Now you can also access that on the back end as well. So over here, click on post, and then we can click on add new. And then I'm just gonna copy some lorem ipsum text. So this is basically how we do it. So just paste it in the title over here. So this is not a tutorial showing you how to create a blog post. I just want to show you guys like how to add that in. But showing you guys how to create like a SEO optimized blog post, it's probably like a different video. You'll need to do some keyword research to be able to actually create the content. This is how we add it in. We add in the title first, and then on the right hand side, we can add a category. So let's just say, for example, this category is lifestyle, and then can click on add category. You can also add some tags, and you probably want to add a featured image. So the featured image is this image over here. And when you display it, it's going to show as well. So let's head back over here, and we're going to set a featured image. You can also click on the pixels, free photos, and you're able to get some free images over here. But I already have some images, so click on media library, upload files, select files. And then I'm going to upload these images. So blog 3, blog 2, blog 1, and I think blog 4. Okay, so these images over here, open, and I'm going to select this one. And generally I do crop it to the same size. Okay, so mine is around 1080 by 720. So all these are cropped to the same size, and click on set featured image. So once you have done that, then what we could do is we can click on publish. So once you published it, you can click on view post. And then over here, we have our blog post, but we don't have our content. So to add our content, it's very simple. We can turn on the builder, and this is my preferred way of adding content because I feel it's very, very easy where you can visually see what you're doing. So for example, if you want to add some text, then we can copy that text over like this, and then just come over here and then just paste in that text like that. Click on done. If you want to add, like, let's say for example, images, you can drop in the image module. And let's say for example, let's just drop in this one over here, insert file, and then you have your images. You can also add video as well. Here is basically your content, and over here on the bottom, your visitors can also comment, leave a comment, and you can also reply them. You've also got a sidebar section, which I'll show you guys how to configure. So let's click on save. And what I'm going to do is add in a few more blog posts, and then I'll show you guys how to display your blog posts on your homepage or on any other pages. I finally added in the rest of my blog post. Now, how do we display it on our page? So what you could do is, first of all, you can drop in a text module, like a heading for this section, and you can label the heading. So for example, it could be like latest news, and then you can click on the heading here. Maybe let's just change it to blog, and then you can align it to the middle, and then let's add a little bit of padding to the top for some space, and then we can click on done. Then over here, we're going to search for the post module. So over here, the post module, click it and drag it below the title, and then there you go. So that is how easy it is to display your blog post, and this can be applied to any page. So over here, we can change the layout. So for example, we want it to be something like that, or grid 4. It's really up to you, and you can choose the categories as well. So we're going to go over here. You can also add a post filter. So it really depends on how you want to display it. So one of the things that I do want to do is that I want to make sure that the text doesn't show too much here. So for the display, I'm going to change it to none, and it's just going to show the title. And you can also hide the post date. You can also hide the author or the category or the comments as well. So it's completely up to you how you want to display it. So let's just say, for example, you want to create a separate page. So generally, a lot of websites will have a separate blog page. So we can go over here and create another page. So for example, let's label this one as blog, and then let's click on publish, and then view page. And then we can turn on the builder. And what we could do is we can do something like this. So for this row, I'm going to change it to something like this. So we have a little sidebar on the right hand side, and over here, I'm going to display the post. So we can click on post, drop that in there, and then change it to maybe a list post like that. And I think that looks pretty good. And you can configure how you want to display it. Then click on done. And if you want to add a sidebar on the right hand side over here, what you can do is we can drop in the widgetize module. Okay. And then for the widgetize area, we're going to display the sidebar like that. So we have the sidebar section. Now you can also adjust the column widths like that. Okay. So depending on how you want to display it, I think that looks okay for now. Click on save, and then we can close that. So the only other thing that you probably want to do is show you guys how to edit the sidebar section, and you can put different things in there as well. So you can also add this blog page to your menu section as well. So I've also showed you how to add that to your menu previously. I am going to show you guys how to add in a footer menu in a second. So let's go ahead and edit the sidebar section. Let's go to the dashboard, and let's go to here, appearance, and then let's go to widgets. So this is basically where we can edit the widgets for our sidebar. So over here, we've got the sidebar, And then here is basically all the different widgets in there already. So depending on what you want to do, so let's just say, for example, we may want to remove, let's say, the recent comments and the archives. So you can try to click on that, and then you can click over here on the three dots, remove heading. Same thing over here. So this thing, let's just remove those last comments, and let's remove the archives, the title, and remove this one as well. So what I'm going to do is try to move this section up, and over here you can click on the 6 dots to drag it up, and maybe put it like that. And then same thing over here, we can also move it up like that as well. If you want to add some other stuff, so let's just say, for example, we could add a block, we can add an image, and maybe we can select an image. Let's say, for example, you want to add like a little sort of about me section, maybe something like this, insert, and then we have an image, and we can move that up to maybe the top or something like that. Okay, so if you want to add some text, we can click on the plus, and we can click on browse all, and we can see if we can add like a text module in there or something. So let's just do the paragraph. Okay, and let's just add that in maybe over here for now. And then we can start typing. So we can add a little bit about yourself. Just copy that text over, paste that in, and we're going to move that up to somewhere over there. Okay, and then I'm going to try and delete this section as well. So remove this group and remove this group as well. And then if you want to add some more stuff, so you can go over here and browse the widgets and see what you want to move in there. Then we can click on update, and once that is updated, we can go and visit site. And let's go to the blog, right? So we can go over here and click on one of the blog posts. So this is also going to edit for your sidebar on your blog post as well. So you have the picture, you have a little bit about me, you have the recent post, and the category itself as well. So you can add other things in there as well. And let's say if we go to the blog page, you're going to notice that it's going to have the same sidebar section as well. All right. So that is basically it to display your blog post and add in your blog post. What I'm going to show you now is how to really add some additional customizations to your website. For example, like how to customize your footer section, add an Instagram feed, how to add a secondary header like this, where you could add maybe your free shipping or anything like that, and also add an email opt-in box so people can actually subscribe to your email newsletter like that, and perhaps you can give them like a 10% off or something like that. That's something that you find on a lot of websites. So I'll show you guys how to do that, and I'll also show you guys how to make sure that your entire website is going to be mobile responsive. What I want to show you now is how to customize your footer section like this. So right now we're on the Apple website, and this is their custom footer with all the different menu links on the bottom, just like that. So we're going to go ahead and set it up for our own website. So I'll just show you briefly how you can achieve the same result. So to do that, what we need to do is we need to go to the dashboard. And what we need to do is we need to go to the appearance and go to menus. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the website in a new tab so we can see, and I can sort of explain as we go. So let's go over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create 4 separate menu areas. So I'm going to call this menu 1, menu 2, menu 3, menu 4. Okay, because for example, on Apple, you've got 1, 2, 3. Well, they've got 5, but we're going to have 4. All right. So let's go back over here, and what we can do is we can create a new menu. So I'm going to call this footer 1. And then over here, I'm going to create the menu first. So I'm going to click on view all, and I'm going to drag the pages that I want to show on the footer 1. So footer 1 will be somewhere here. Okay. And then I'm going to do maybe about, blog, maybe contacts, and let's say delivery and returns. And we can add that to menu. And then we can save menu. And then we can create a new menu. So create another menu, going to call this footer 2. So here, footer 2, just like that, and then create menu. So now what I want to do is maybe I want to add in my product category pages. So here I can click on product categories. If you don't see this, then we can click on screen options and you can check the product categories. So over here, I might add in a few. So maybe for example, let's say I might add the jewelry, women's, leather goods, and luggage, like that. Add to menu. And then save menu. And then what I'm going to do is maybe create another one. So we're going to create a new menu. And then we're going to name this as footer 3. And then I'm going to add in my other pages. So I might add in my terms and conditions. And let's see. Let's click on view all. And let's see what we're going to add in terms and conditions. Maybe let's say the shop page or something like that, or maybe no, maybe not. If I had the privacy policy set up, then I'd probably add that page in there. Let's just add the shop page, and let's just add, let's see, so WooCommerce endpoints. No, we're not going to add those ones. Categories. Let's just add these ones in here. Okay, add these to menu, and let's add in the pages, the shop, and also the maybe terms and service, like that. Okay, so if I had the privacy policy, I'd probably add that in, and then click on save menu. So I'm just going to create 3 footers, and then on the 4th footer section, I'm going to put some text like that. Okay, so you can go ahead and probably add another menu if you want to, but I'm going to add some text, maybe put your address there and your social media icons like that. So once we've actually done that, then what we need to do is go to Themify settings. And you want to go to the theme settings and then theme appearance, scroll down, and over here for the footer design. So for the footer design, you can choose how you want to sort of lay that out. So I'm going to choose this one over here, and I'm going to select this one with 4 footer widgets. So you can select the one with 3 or however many that you want. I'm going to select the one with 4. And then basically once you've done that, click on save. So now all we need to do is to go to the widgets and drop in the different menu that we just created. So footer widget 1, we're going to click on plus. And I think what we're going to do is just type in menu. So click on navigation menu. So I'm going to click on the outside over here so that it actually loads. I might actually click into this one, and then let's do the same thing, navigation menu. Okay, so we're going to click into that one, select menu, select footer 1. And then here I'm going to select footer 2, footer widget number 3, click into there, type in nav, and then add the nav menu, and then I'm going to select footer 3, like that. And footer widget 4, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add maybe a paragraph text like that. So let's go over here and perhaps just copy that address over and just paste that in. And maybe we could type in something like contact us, and then maybe make that bold. And you can also click over here, and what we're going to do is drop in Themify social social links. So Themify social links, click that, and I'm going to click on open link in new tab, and I'm going to leave the icon size as medium. And once you're done over there, you can click on the outside over here, make sure that all your menu items are set in properly. Click on update, and let's go over here and let's refresh it and see how that sort of looks. Okay, so right now the menu items aren't showing, so let's just see why it is not showing. Okay, so we added that in. Let's refresh it again. Okay, let's go to the dashboard. And let's click on the button up here, purge all cache. And that basically deletes the temporary storage, and hopefully that's going to show up, or maybe something didn't save properly. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to delete this, and let's just add it in again. So menu navigation, set in footer 1, click on update. Okay, over here, I'm gonna delete that again. Navigation, footer 2, click on the outside. Let's just update that. Footer widget number 3, and let's delete this one. Click on there, menu navigation, footer number 3, update. Okay, so hopefully that is going to show now. Okay, so part of it shows. The only thing that doesn't show is this last one over here. Not sure why it's not saving properly. I guess sometimes that happens. Okay, finally, right? So finally we got that to actually save. And as you can see, the social media icon is not appearing. So the reason for that is actually we need to go to Themify Shop, Themify Settings, and we need to add the social links. So click on the social links, and you'll need to add your links to your profile page. Okay, so let's just say, for example, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, but what you need to do is paste in your Twitter profile page, Facebook profile page, YouTube channel page, or do you want to link it to a specific video? Same with Pinterest. And let's say, for example, there is no Instagram, we can type in Instagram like that, and then put in your link, and then insert icon, and then I'm going to click on font awesome, and here I'm going to type in Instagram, and we're going to add that one in there. Okay, save it. Let's click over here, refresh it, and then that's going to show. So as you can see, there's a sort of like a big space over there. Let's try and fix it. So let's just go back to the widget area. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and click on the footer widget 4. I'm going to delete this one. Okay. And then I'm going to click on Shift Enter. So we're not actually adding a new paragraph. Contact us like that, and bold it, update it. And then if we refresh it, then hopefully that will be good to go. Okay, so that's looking really good right now. But let's just say, for example, you want to create something even more custom. So for example, as you can see on Apple, they have additional menu items on the bottom. Same with Nike on the website over here. They have additional menu items on the bottom as well. So if you want to create something fully custom, then I'll leave a link in the description. I have a separate video for that. You can actually check that out. But I'm actually going to show you guys how to create the secondary header section. So it's going to use the same technique that you can actually use to create your custom footer as well. So if you actually watch this section over here, then you can easily create your footer as well. So make sure to stick around and watch this section, because I think this is going to be really useful. A lot of websites actually have a secondary header. For example, on Nike, like this, they have the main one, and then they have a secondary one. Actually, they also have another one over here as well, which basically displays maybe like your 15% off, or maybe free shipping, or any other notes that they want to add on the go, right? So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to do it. So right now I'm going to show you guys how to create this secondary header section. So this is very popular on websites, on all e-commerce websites, where you can have different messages, for example, free shipping or any announcements. You can also add additional menu items on the top as well. So it's very, very easy. We can go back to our dashboard, hover over Themify Shop, and then click on Layout Parts. So from here, we're going to click on Add New, and we're going to add a new layout part. So I'm going to call this Second Header. So you can call it any name that you want, and then click on Publish. So once you have done that, then to edit the header, we can click on this link, and this is going to take us to the front end, and basically where we can just turn on the builder and start building our header section. So it just works just like the normal builder, so you can drag and drop anything that you want. So let's say, for example, we want to create a simple one where we just add some text inside here, and let's just type maybe free shipping for orders over $100, like that. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to click on this text, maybe just highlight that, and I'm going to align it to the center. And I'm also going to set in a background color. So we're going to go to the row. Let's click on tick for that one. Go on the row, click on the styling, background. And for the background color, I might set in a sort of a dark, very dark gray, something like that. Okay, so 1F, 1F, 1F. And then I need to set the text color. So styling, font, and I'm going to set it to white. And then I'm going to add a little padding to the top, maybe 10 pixels. And I'm going to try to decrease the padding for the bottom, because as you can see, it's not very even. So what we need to do is we can click on the text module, styling, and then we can go to margin. And what we're going to do is add a negative margin. So try to do like this, like maybe minus, let's say minus 10. Maybe, yeah, minus 10 might be okay. And then I'm going to click on done. So once you're done with that, we can click on save, and that's going to be saved, right? So what we can do from now is we can click on the back end to take us back, and we're going to click on the shortcode over here. Okay, copy it to our clipboard, and then go to Themify shop, go to the Themify settings, and then we need to go to the hook content. So click on hook content, click on add item, and we're going to click on see hook locations. So depending on where you want to put the header, do you want it to be at the body start? Generally, that's what most people do. Or if you want it to be below the main sort of header section, you could do header after. So I'm going to do body start, and I'm going to paste in the shortcode over here, just like that. So you can also set in different display options. For example, you can show it on specific pages, or you can add different messages for each specific page. So it really depends on you and how you want to customize it. Save it and save it. Let's go and view the site. And there you go. So that is basically how you create a secondary header, and you can click on edit layout part directly on the front end. And you can go ahead and, basically customize it. You could probably drop in like a slider text as well. So if you want to have multiple messages, you can have a slider text. If you want to add your social media, perhaps you could set the columns to something like this. Okay. And then, or maybe 3 columns, maybe something like that. Put this into the middle. And then if you want some more menu items over here, you could quite easily do something like, adding your social media buttons over there, or you could add like a text, and you could link it to a specific page, like for example, my accounts, like that. And we can align it to the right hand side, and then we could go here, and then we can change the font size to maybe like a small size, change the font color, and I'm going to go to perhaps here, and I'm going to align everything to the middle, something like that. And then for this my account, you can click over here and link it to your specific page. So account, like this, apply. Okay, so right now, as you can see, it's turned black. That's because we need to actually edit the link color as well and change that to white. All right. So that's basically how you can actually set it up. So it really depends on what type of layout do you want for your header section, okay? To add an Instagram feed onto your website, it's very, very easy. You'll need to navigate to plugins and click on add new. Now, once you're here on the right-hand side, you can search for Instagram and then just click on enter. And then over here, we're gonna install this one by Smashballoon, install. Click on activate, and then we're going to scroll down over here and navigate to Smashballoon. Click on settings, So we just need to connect it with our Instagram account. So what you can do now is log into your Instagram account on your computer. And what we need to do is just click on add source. So manage sources. And then I'm going to log into Instagram. I'm going to deselect that, log in, click on allow, and then click on yes. So as you can see, that is connected, and we're going to click on that. So that is all good to go. So what we can do is click on all feeds, and then here click on add, and then we are going to just select next, okay, and select the account, next. So from here, you can actually just edit how you want to display it. So the sort of styling options, you can click on feed layout and choose the different styling options. For example, how many posts do you want to display? So for example, I just want to display maybe 8 posts on desktop, and maybe on mobile, I just want to display 4, like that. And then I think that is okay to go. So for the columns for mobile, I might select 2, tablet 2, desktop 4. Okay, click on back over here, color scheme. So you can change the color scheme over here as well. We can click on back, and you can also individually customize the different sections. So you can go through that yourself and click back over here for the load more button. So you can also change, do you want to change the name of it? Do you want to disable it? Do you want to edit the background color of the button? It's really up to you how you want to display it. And yeah, so follow button, you can change the color as well. So let's talk about how to actually embed it. So we're going to click on save first, and then click on embed. Okay, so here we've got the shortcode. So you can add this shortcode to anywhere on your website, and it's going to display your Instagram feed. So copy that, and then let's go ahead and close it. And let's go to our site. Turn on our builder, scroll down to the bottom, maybe add a new row in here, and let's drop in a HTML text shortcode module, and in here just paste in the shortcode. Done. And maybe I might add a little bit of padding to the top, maybe let's say 50 pixels, and perhaps 50 on the bottom as well. Okay, so as you can see, it's not showing right now. We just need to save it, and we can close it. Scrolling down, and then you have your Instagram feed. Okay, so you can also customize it if you don't want to display this section up here. So the next thing I want to show you guys is how to add in an email subscriber box so that you can collect emails, and then later on you can market to them. To add an email subscription box on your website, you'll need to sign up for an email service like MailChimp. So MailChimp is completely free. You can go to MailChimp.com and sign up for a free account. And that's where you can actually store people's emails and market to them. So I'm going to log into one of my accounts, and I'm going to log in like this. So just grab the code from your email and paste it in and submit verification to log in. So let's head back to our website over here. So the thing that you want to do first of all is you want to connect your website to MailChimp. So to do that, we can go to our dashboard, and we can go to Themify Shop, Themify Settings. Scroll down to, let's see, the integration API, and click in opt-in. So click on MailChimp. So as you can see, you can also use other ones as well, like ActiveCampaign or ConvertKit. I'm going to click into here, and here we're going to right click and open link in a new tab for get an API key. So this is going to redirect you to the API section of MailChimp. So you can just directly copy that over. So over here, we can scroll down. Now, if you don't have an API key here already, click on create a new key, and it's very simple to do. So we're going to just copy that, copy all of that, and then come back and just paste that in here, save it, and then that should be connected. So the next thing, we can go to the site, and I'll show you guys how to add it in. So we're going to turn on the builder. So the other thing that you may need to do is you may need to actually create a audience. So right now I do have an audience already, and with a free account, I do believe you can only have one sort of audience. If you don't have an audience already, then click on here somewhere where you can actually add a new list. Okay, so this is basically your list of subscribers. Here I've created one which is called eCommerce tutorial, and then we can come back over here, scroll down to the bottom, and let's say you want to add the email opt-in on the bottom, click a new row, and here we're going to look for opt-in form. Okay, and just drop that in anywhere on your website, just like that. And here for the opt-in provider, you can select MailChimp, and then for the list, we're going to select the list that you created. Then we can go to the labels, and you can configure the labels as well. I'm going to leave it just as default for now, but you can configure it however you want. You can change the subscribe button name as well, and you can also click on success action. You can change the success message, or do you want to redirect them to a separate page? You can do that. You can also click the layout and change how you want it to be laid out. So I generally like that one. It's very, very simple and nice. You can also click on styling, click on the tab over here, and edit each of the different modules in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, and then for the opt-in form, I might click on the background, and let's see if I can change the background to maybe like a light gray, something like that, just a very, very light gray. And then I'm going to go to padding, and I'm going to see if I can do 50 pixels padding, just like that. So it adds spacing on the top, bottom, left, and right. So then now we have sort of like a nice little box there. Okay, so the next thing that I may want to do is I'm going to untick that actually, and I'm going to remove the 50 on the top. Let's just do it for the bottom, left, and right. Now the reason for that is because I want to actually add a title. So you can add the title there, but I'm going to add a text on top of that. And I'm going to come here, and then I'm going to just copy that text over, copy it like that. And okay, so let's see if I can actually add it to the module, see how that looks. Okay, I think that's actually better, adding the title in the module rather than adding another text content area, because then you have to add the light gray background again for the text area. It's just easier if we can just keep it all like that. And let's just drag it down to 50. Okay, styling, let's go to module title, font, move it to the middle, and I'm going to change this font to Montserrat, just like that, hopefully. And then I'm going to change the font size, maybe. I might just leave the size actually. So click on done, save it. Click on that one first. Okay, save it, close it, scroll down, and there you go. So here, sign up for our newsletter and receive 10% off. People can enter their name, last name, email, and then subscribe. And then basically what you'll need to do is you'll basically need to set up an automation campaign on MailChimp. So there are videos on that on YouTube, or maybe perhaps later I can make a separate video showing you guys how to set one up on MailChimp, but I'm not going to really go through that. So basically what happens is if someone submits their email, then they will receive an email in their inbox, and you can put like a coupon code for them. And yeah, so that's how you actually set it up. We're almost finished with our website. There are a few more things I want to show you before we take our website online and we purchase and connect our domain name. So one of them is actually adding in your logo as well as your favicon, which is this little icon on your tabs. So to add an icon, you can click on Customize up here. So here it's going to redirect you to Themify options. You can click on site logo and tagline and click on site logo. So this is where you can put in your site title. So for example, I've just named it as logo. You can put in your brand name right here if you don't have a logo yet. If you do have a logo image, you can click on that and you can upload your logo over here. So generally for your logo, you want to keep it sort of horizontal, right? You don't want it to be sort of vertical, otherwise it's going to increase the size of your header section. If you don't have a logo, you can actually go to a website like Fiverr, which have a lot of different services regarding logo design, as well as other things as well, like graphic design, photography, product photography, 3D renderings for your products and things like that. So you can go over here, and some of the logos start from around, I think, $5 to $10, and they go way up to a few $1,000s. So it really depends on how unique and sort of what type of logo that you want. So you can download and get a logo from Fiverr, or you can actually get one or create one on websites such as canva.com. Okay, so I've actually created my sort of favicon there as well. So you can sign up for free and then you can create your own favicon or logo. They have different elements that you can actually use to create one as well. But some of the features are paid. So yeah, you can check out what do you want and then get it, download it, and then come back over here and upload it to your website. So here you can actually change the style of the text as well. And over here, your Customiser section is basically where you can control the styling for your entire website. So before you go ahead and sort of go and style your website, I think it's also really important that you know a few different sort of design tips, because if you actually go in there and start editing things, it can look quite messy, especially if you aren't really good at designing things yet. So generally for an e-commerce website, I really like to keep things very, very neutral and simple, especially for like the header section like this. Like generally, it's just a lot easier if you keep it like neutral colors, like a dark gray or a light gray. Same thing for your footer section, right? It's much easier. It's just like if you were to, let's say if you were to go out, it's much easier if you were wearing like a white t-shirt or a dark t-shirt, and maybe just like a neutral color pants or like jeans or something like that, rather than, you know, choosing something very colorful. It's just gonna be a little bit harder to match, especially if you aren't sort of that experienced in design. So same thing with like Nike as well. So basically like the sort of footer section and the header section and most of the website is just neutral colors, and they let the images sort of pop out with color like that. Same thing with like most websites, right? Especially e-commerce websites, most of it's very, very simple. So I don't really recommend, you know, changing the color too much. Like for example, you can go to the header and you can go to header wrap. This is basically where you can change the background of it. So it just makes it a little bit harder to match, as you can see, right? With the hero image and things like that. So if it's like a light color, then it's so easy to match it with your hero image, and things like that. Okay. So basically here you can change the body font and things like that. Now with the body font, I generally recommend just sticking with one typeface. So there are a few different typefaces. You got sans serif and serif, right? Sans serif over here, it's basically like a sort of modern typeface, right? It's basically very plain on the curves over here, and the strokes are also even width. So it creates sort of like a modern and simple, clean vibe. So a lot of websites actually use this, and even if you look on your desktop computer, it is this typeface most of the time. Okay, then you've got serif, so it has curves on the edges and thick and thin strokes. So this makes it look more traditional and elegant, and it has a handcrafted look. So perhaps if you are selling something that is sort of handcrafted, then maybe you could use this typeface for your headings and things like that. Okay, so for example, if you go over here, you know, this is a serif typeface. So it looks sort of more sort of traditional. And then here, this is a sans serif one, so it's very, very simple, and clean and modern. So something I forgot to mention is that for most websites, they just have one font. So you can actually download a Chrome extension called WhatFont, and you can turn it on, and you can actually hover over with your mouse. And what you're going to see is that most websites just have one font, and maximum it's going to be 2. Right? So you don't need many types of fonts, just in case you decide to use 3 or 4. It's just going to make it look really unprofessional. So what you want to do is basically use sort of different sizes for your headings, and maybe changing the font weight for your headings and things like that. But in terms of the fonts, don't use too many. Okay, so here you've got one for the heading, Nike Futura, and then you've got Helvetica New. So here it's the same as well, Helvetica, and same as well, right? They use basically different boldness, as well as different color, so a little bit lighter in terms of color like that. And then yeah, that's how they do it, right? So you can check out, you know, the websites that you like, and you can see, you know, what types of fonts they're using, and perhaps you can Google it. Some of these fonts are their own, so you can go to Google and search up for like maybe like Louis Vuitton web alternative fonts or something like that. And then you can see if you can actually find the same one on your website over here. So here you can change the body font. So the body font over here, I believe it is actually Montserrat. So you can type in the body font. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it is Montserrat. And then you can also change the size of it. You don't want it to be too small, otherwise it's not going to be readable. Okay, and then you've also got the font weight. So you can also edit the font weight as well. You can also edit like the body link colors, body link hover. So basically the body link hover is when you hover over the link, like what color does it change to? Okay, so there are a lot of things that you can do. And you've also got the headings. So the headings are, for example, these ones are the heading 1, and you've also got, I think this is heading 2. So you can edit the defaults sort of font for those headings as well over here. Okay, you've also got, let's see, so you've also got the sticky header. So if you scroll down, then that's the sticky header over here, right? So you can change the header color and things like that. You can also edit, like when you scroll down, you can also change the logo as well. So over here, I'm going to go back and let's just delete that one. Maybe put that to 500 for now, something like that. Okay, so let's scroll down over here. Main navigation. So basically this is changing the colors over here. So these are menu links, and you've also got the menu link hover, like what color do you want it to change to. Then you've also got the mobile menu. So how do you edit the mobile menu? You can click over here to show the mobile sort of display. And yeah, so if you actually click on the mobile menu, I think it does actually pop up sort of like here, and then you can edit the colors and things like that. So you can change the background colors. And you've also got the shop page. So if we click on the shop page, then we can also edit the shop page sort of things as well. Like for example, the sale tag, you can change the color. You can change the button color and things like that. So it's very, very customizable. So that's why in my title of the video, I say it's scalable, because you can really grow and, customize it as you get bigger with your e-commerce business. You don't have to switch themes and things like that. So you've also got the post, so you can edit the blog post. You can also edit the product single pages. So click into that page. And then over here, you can edit, right? You can edit the pages, like the design and things like that. And then you've also got the page title, module title, sidebar section. So if you want to edit your, let's say your blog page, you can also edit the sidebar section as well. It's probably just unlimited, like in terms of customizations. And if you don't see the options, you can also click on the advanced options over here as well. So we can click back over here, and then that is your Themify options. Okay, so what we're going to do is kind of publish first, and I'll show you how to add in your Favicon, which is the little icon here. So let's click on close, and then click on dashboard. And then over here, Themify settings. So here is the favicon, and we can click on upload to upload our icon. So this is the favicon. So basically the size of this is actually 5112 times 5112 in pixels. So I basically just designed it over here. So that's the size of it. And then I got some icon and I just made one really quickly, and I click on share and you can download it. Okay, so let's click back over here and then let's save it. So once we've saved it, then we can go to visit site, and in a few moments it's going to change to that icon. Okay, so this icon is kind of important because most of the time your customers are probably going to have like dozens of tabs open, and they're probably not sure, whose website is which, but you can easily like see it. Like Apple, they have one, Nike, Louis Vuitton, they have their own favicon, and then you have your own one. Okay, so they can easily distinguish that. The final thing I want to show you is ensuring that your website is mobile friendly. So generally when you built your website, it is for desktop devices, and most of the time it actually scales down really well. So if you actually turn on the builder, you can actually click on the different devices to see sort of what that looks like, a quick preview. Now, if you actually click on preview again, then you're able to select the different devices as well and seeing how it looks on certain, for example, certain Samsung Galaxy phones or certain iPhones like that. And if you see something that you don't like for example up here, it doesn't look very good on mobile, right? So I'll show you guys how to fix that. Scrolling down, perhaps maybe the image, you may need to edit the sort of the display for the image and how that looks. So for example, you can't really see the bag, right? So I'll show you how to fix that. But most of the time it's actually okay because the theme is very, very responsive. As you can see, the Instagram feed is not displaying very well right now, but I've actually tested it on my own mobile and it looks okay. And the rest of the website is actually okay. So let's go back over here. And what we can do is we can click on mobile, okay? And basically you can edit it for mobile. So here we can click on the styling and click on background. So for example, on mobile, I may want to move the sort of location of that image like that. Okay, so I can see the bag a little bit more. So I can move it across. So for mobile, you'll be able to see the bag a little bit more. So if you put it onto preview, put it onto a smaller screen, then you'll still be able to see that bag. Okay, so let's go back over here. And I may want to reduce the padding a little bit for mobile as well. It's just a bit too much. Okay, so I'm going to pull it down to 150. And what you're going to notice, if you click on desktop, it's going to go back to 200 and everything's going to go back to normal. So you can do this for each of the different devices and see what you want to fix. The other thing I want to fix is this sort of secondary header. Okay, so I'm going to go and save it first. Let's just click on desktop. And let's see. Let's close it first. Okay, because we need to actually hover over here to edit the layout part on the top left like this. So click on edit layout part and we need to edit it specifically for mobile. So click on mobile, and maybe for mobile we need to click this text module, and perhaps maybe you don't want to display my account, and then what you could do is go to visibility and you can hide it for mobile. So basically people won't be able to see this on mobile devices, and you can also hide it for tablet as well. Or you can also go to styling and go to font and move it into the middle. So center align it, hopefully. Okay, so that's not working. So let's just click into that one. Maybe because we actually aligned it here as well. So click it again, okay? And that basically takes that setting off, and then it's gonna take the setting from here, okay? And that moves it into the middle like that. So we're gonna click on done, and I think that is looking great. So what we could do is let's just save it and close it. Okay, so that is looking great. Now the next part is probably the most exciting part. I'm going to show you guys how to take your website online, purchase your domain name, and yeah, so you can actually launch your website ready for your customers to actually go to your website and purchase. And I'm also going to show you guys how to basically fulfill an order and how that all works, how to manage your orders in your dashboard areas and things like that. To purchase your domain name, I highly recommend Namecheap, mainly because it is really cheap, as well as you get domain privacy as well. So domain privacy basically just protects your sort of name and contact information so that you don't get spammed, and you get that free with Namecheap. So you can go to namecheap.com and you can enter in a domain name that you want. So you need to actually pick one which has not been picked before. So I'm just going to type in new demo store, and then I'm going to click on search. Okay, so as you can see, you'll see the ones that are available. Generally, I do recommend the .com extension because that's the most trusted one, but sometimes you can get something different as well. So it really depends on your brand. Like maybe you are like a very modern and sort of new type of brand, then you could go for like a .co as well. It really depends on what you want for your business. So there are a ton of different extensions over here. And let's just say, for example, I'm going to pick the .com over here. You can add that to cart. And I don't recommend picking a domain name, for example, like new demo store 2023 or something like that, because then next year it's going to be irrelevant. So you want to make sure you have a domain name that can last for a long time. Okay, and once you have that there, we can check out, and I'm going to go ahead and pay for that domain name. So as you can see, you got the domain privacy, and you can purchase it for, however many years that you want. You may also want to auto renew it, so you don't have to come back here and renew it. So we're going to click on confirm. and I'm going to check out and pay via PayPal. Okay, so once you have paid, then we can scroll down and click on manage. So we need to connect the domain name with our hosting provider. So once you're over here, you want to click on advanced DNS. And then the next thing you want to do is you want to log into your Cloudways account, and you want to click on www over here and click on the website. So over here on the right hand side, you'll have the IP address. So what we're going to do is copy it. So you can click it once to copy it to your clipboard, come back to advanced DNS. So over here, we can click on add new record. We're going to add an A record first. And for the host, you want to put in @ So by the way, if you're using another domain registrar, for example, like GoDaddy or Google Domains, the process is going to be fairly similar. You'll need to navigate to the Manage DNS section of the domain registrar, and then you'll still need to put in the A record. And for the host, you can put in @ and then for the IP address, you want to paste in the one that you copied before. And for the TTL, so that's time to live, you want to set it to lowest possible, 1 minute, ticket. The next thing you want to do is you want to click on add new record, and this time we're going to add a C name record. And for the host, you want to type in www, and then for the target, you want to put in the domain URL. So over here, copy that, paste that in, okay, delete that space, and set it to the lowest possible, click on save. Now the next thing you want to do is go back to Cloudways, and you want to add the domain name. So on the left hand side, click on domain management, primary domain. You want to paste in the one that you just purchased. So delete that space and then click on save changes. Once that is actually saved, then you want to go to a website called What's My DNS. So basically what this website does, it just checks if it's actually connected. Okay, so we can actually paste in the URL over here and set this to A, and then click on search. So this basically checks if the domain has been propagated to all locations. So as you can see, most of it actually shows the tick. Some of it is still showing the cross, so it hasn't fully propagated. So what I'm going to do is just wait for around 15-20 minutes, come back, and then I'll show you guys how to add in the SSL certificate, which basically adds the sort of lock icon over here. So that's sort of important to basically keep your sort of credit card details of your customers safe. It's been around 20 minutes or so, and most of it has been propagated. I'd say probably 5 or 6 hasn't yet. So I think it should be okay now to add the SSL. Now you can wait for a little bit longer if you want to, but we can go back to Cloudways right now, and we can click on SSL certificate on the left hand side. And here we can select Let's Encrypt. Here you can put in your email address. And here you want to put in your domain name. So your domain name is going to be this one over here. Copy that and paste that in, and then click on install certificate. So that's going to take a few minutes to install your certificate for you. Once that is installed, you can go back to your website. So as you can see right now, this is the staging URL. So since we have actually connected our new domain name, it should actually refresh back to the new domain name. So you might actually get this message over here. I'm going to click on advanced, and I'm going to click on proceed to that URL. Okay, so if your website is actually still showing the not secure message on the top over here, then you can do something like just type in your domain.com and then / no -cache -123, and then click on enter. And that's basically going to show you the non-cached version. Or you can just clear the cache and clear the history of your browser and restart it. And you can also open it up in incognito, and then it should be pretty much good to go. Now, if you still have any issues, you can also go back to your dashboard section, and you can try to hover over Breeze and then clear the cache over here as well. Okay, so if you still have any issues, then I recommend contacting the Cloudways support team. They're really, really helpful in helping you guys, solve all your issues, especially when you're taking your website online. So what I want to show you now is something really important, and that is actually creating a professional email. So it's really important that if you have an online store or an online business, you have a domain email. So for example, it could be like hello@yourbrand.com so that your customers can actually contact you. And it's also really important because we have to set it up so that the emails are all delivered to your customer's inbox, especially the outgoing emails, which is basically the customer notifications for your orders. That needs to be set up properly. So I'll show you guys how to do that right now. To create a free domain email, it's really easy on Cloudways. You'll need to log in and you need to click on these 9 dots for more options and then click on add-ons. So we're going to scroll down to Rackspace email and then click on the pencil edit icon. And then over here, we can create a new email inbox. So for example, it's going to be, let's say for example, sales, or it could be like help at, and then this is going to be your domain. So your domain is over here. I'm just going to copy that, come back over here, just paste that in, okay, without the HTTPS at the front, just like that. So, and delete that last one as well. So help@newdemostore.com, and then set in a password that you're going to log in with, and then click on save changes. So it is $1 per month per inbox, which is still relatively affordable. And we're just going to click on save changes to create our new email inbox. So sometimes you'll need to contact the customer support to actually activate your mailbox for you, because if it's your first time signing up with Cloudways and you haven't actually paid yet, then they'll need to sort of authenticate it. So you can actually contact on the sort of right hand side here, need a help. You can contact them to ask them to activate the email account, and then you should be good to go. So once you've added your email inbox over here, you'll need to click on the help tab, and we need to actually connect it to our domain registrar as well. So what you want to do is you want to click on this link over here, and it should pop up a article. Okay, I'm going to scroll down to over here, configure DNS to send and receive email. So we need to head back to Namecheap or wherever you purchase your domain name, and we're going to click in over here to manage the domain name, and we just need to add in a few details and just save it. So the first thing that we need to add is an MX record. So we just need to copy it over. So this is going to be over here. I'm just going to copy this, okay, and then come back over here. So we're going to click on Advanced DNS, and then we're going to scroll down to Mail Settings over here. And what we're going to do is click over here, and we're going to add a custom MX record. So the host is going to be at the mail server. Priority, I think it said 10. Okay, so it's going to be 10. And then for the TTL, I'm going to set it to the lowest possible, 1 minute. And then I'm going to save all changes. And then the next thing I want to add is the same thing, okay, but with this one. So just copy that, and priority to be 20. So let's head back over here, add new record, at, and then change that, priority 20, and then TTL 1 minute, save it. So the next one is going to be a text record. So I'm going to copy this over. Okay, and then I'm going to head back over here. So this is going to be the mail settings, okay, and we're going to scroll back up over here to the host records, click on add new record. This is going to be a text record, and then I think it is at, okay, and then paste the value in there, TTL, set it to 1 minute, save it. The next one is going to be CNAME, auto discover, and then we're going to copy that over. Come back over here, add record. So this one's CNAME, and then this is going to be auto discover. Paste that into there, set it to 1 minute, and then click on save. So essentially it just connects the sort of domain name with our email inbox at Rackspace. Okay, so let's head back over here. So let's say, for example, that is all set up. Okay, then the next thing that you want to do is you can actually click over here, how can I access my mailbox? So we can click on webmail online access, and then this is where you can actually manage your emails, send emails as well. Now what I personally do recommend is actually searching for a video. So you can search up Cloudways SMTP or Cloudways email Hogan Chua, And you can follow this video over here, which basically shows you guys how to set up your emails and then also forward your emails to Gmail. So you can basically manage everything from your Gmail inbox, like send emails and also receive emails and things like that, all from your Gmail inbox. Okay. So what you need to do is just enter in your email address. So for example, we can go to mailbox and just copy that over, and your password should be the one that you set in before. So just paste that in, enter in your passcode, and then log in. And then this should be your email inbox. So if you do want to set it up, so forward to Gmail, highly recommend following this video. And the next thing that you probably want to do is you need to actually follow this video over here. So again, I'll leave this one in the description. So this is important because it sets up your SMTP, and essentially what it does, it just authenticates your email, especially your outgoing email, to your customers. So what I decided to do is to show you guys how to set up your SMTP really quickly. So as I said before, I do have a full video on it explaining everything you need to know about it. But here I'm just going to show you step by step how to set it up. So over here, we can click on the 9 dots and then click on add-ons. And then from here, we want to set up Elastic Email. So we want to click on the pencil icon. And then we want to select 1000 emails. So you can subscribe for more as you grow. And we're going to click on subscribe. So once that has subscribed, then we need to go to our server. Okay, and we need to basically do something called just binding that service to the server. So we're going to click over here to the server, and then scrolling down here, SMTP, and just click on that. Then over here, we're going to select Elastic Mail, and then click on enable. So once that has been enabled, then I'll leave a link in the description, which basically is going to lead you to this article over here. So we need to basically add some settings to our domain registrar. So we need to add the SPF record, which is the sender policy framework, in our domain registrar. So as you can see, because we have added it before for our Rackspace email over here, all we need to do is come back over here and just copy the include. Okay, so we don't need the other stuff, just copy that, and then come back over here and then click into this one. Okay, and we want to click on space and just add it to the end of that, and then click on tick and save changes. The next thing that we need to add is the DKIM record. So this is another text record. I'm going to copy this, come back over here, add a text record, paste it in here, then paste in the value. So this is the value, copy that to clipboard, paste that in, set this to 1 minute, click on tick, and save it. So let's come back and scroll down, and we want to add the tracking. So CNAME, it's going to be tracking, copy this. So let's add a CNAME. This one's going to be called tracking, paste that in, set it to 1 minute, save it, come back over here. And for the MX record, we don't need this. Okay, so for the DMARC, I'm going to copy over the first one, option 1. So it's a text record. We're going to copy over that, come back over here, add a text record, paste that in, and also get the value from here and paste that in, set this to 1 minute and save. So once you have done that, so that is pretty much it. Now what we need to do is basically just verify it. Okay, so we need to quickly verify it. And what we could do is come back over here, and we're going to go click on the 9 dots again, add-ons. We just need to verify that is actually connected. So we can click on this sort of tick symbol, and then we want to paste in our domain, paste that in, and click on verify domain. Okay, so it looks like it's all connected. And what we need to do finally is go back to our website, and we need to add a plugin. So click on plugins, and we're going to click on add new. Then what we're going to do is we're going to add a new plugin. So this is going to be called Fluent SMTP. Click on enter, and we're going to install this one over here with 100,000 active installations. Install, and then click on activate. Then I'm going to click on configure Fluent SMTP on the top over here. Now, if you don't see that, then you can go to the plugins area and search for it and click on settings. So we're going to click over here, configure. Then we're going to click on PHP. And for our from email, we're going to set it in as the email that we created. So I think it was help@newdemostore.com. And for the from name, I'm going to set it as my name, and then maybe and then you might do your brand name so that people know that basically when the order confirmations are sent, this is going to be sort of like in the name. So this is important so that people know that it's you. And then we're going to click on Save Connection Settings. Okay, so I think that is looking good to go. And you can actually do an email test over here as well, but I think it's actually going to work. So we're not going to do a test because we're going to do a test transaction. So the other thing that we want to do is you can go to the WooCommerce over here. You can click on the settings and then click on emails. Scroll down. Okay, so over here, you can also set in the recipient email. So this can be your sort of admin email. Basically, all your new order emails will be sent to your emails. You can customize and manage it over here. So over here, for the from name, you can actually change it. It could be like Hogan at your brand. Okay, and then for the from address, I'm going to set it to as help@newdemostore.com. So I'll show you basically what it looks like in a second when we actually do a test transaction. And you can also add in a header image. You can change the colors over here as well. But we're not going to talk about that in this video. Otherwise, it's going to be super, super long. That could be another video in itself. Let's click on save. Okay, so what I want to show you now is a test order, a test transaction on your website and how a customer will actually purchase from your website and how you can actually manage it. So let's say, for example, they click on check in suitcases and they decide perhaps they want to purchase this one over here. So they can add it to cart. And then over here, it's been added to their cart. So they can either view the cart or they can also check out as well. So if you have created a coupon code, they can apply a coupon code and update the cart. If not, they can choose their different shipping method. Do you want to give them free shipping, standard shipping? You can also add in express shipping for additional fee as well. And the taxes and everything will be automatically calculated once you actually set in the postcode. So you can pay by Google Pay, PayPal, the ones that we've actually set up, and you can click on continue to the checkout. So over here, you can add the coupon code again if you need to. So here, basically your customer will fill in their billing information and the shipping address. So for example, Hogan, Chua, and then for the region, I might just put in Australia. So this depends on which region you're shipping to. And I'm just going to put in a random one, Melbourne, and then here, put in the state, Victoria, put in the postcode, and also a phone number, like that. And then for the email address, I'm going to put in my email address, and then your customer can review the shipping options and things like that. I'm just going to leave it as free shipping, and the taxes have been calculated as zero tax because the company that I've actually set up is based in the United States and I'm shipping to Australia, so there is no tax on that. Then your customer can pay by cash on delivery or credit card or PayPal as well. So I'm going to click on credit card. So right now I have the test mode enabled. So I'm just going to put in the test credit card number. So once you're ready to take it live, then you can put in enable the live mode. So here I'm going to put in just a random date, so something like that, and the CVC number. And then I'm going to click on I've read and agree to the terms and conditions. And then the next thing is just click on place order. Okay, so the order has been received and it has been sent through. So the next thing that you'll get is for your admin email, you get an email like this. So basically it details the new order that the customer has placed. Okay, so you got the billing and the shipping address and what they've actually purchased. And your customer will also receive an email. So basically telling them that the order has been received and it is now being processed. Okay, so the next thing that you'll need to do as a owner, you'll need to log into your store to manage it. So you can type in wp-admin, and that's going to take you to the login page. And then over here, you want to make sure you bookmark this page and then just enter in your password and login details. So click on login. Over here on the left hand side, you'll be able to navigate to WooCommerce and click on orders. And this is your new order. Okay, so you can click into that order. Okay, so over here we have the order details. So right now the status is currently on processing. So once you have shipped the order, generally what you need to do is to change the status to completed. And then once you click on completed, then you click on update and an email will be sent to your customer saying the order has been completed. So personally, I don't really like that. I like to use a plugin, a tracking plugin that allows you to add a tracking number. And then once you actually click on update, it's going to send that tracking number in the email as well. So I'll show you what I mean by actually showing you the plugin. So over here, click on add new for the plugin, and we're going to search for a new plugin. So on the right hand side, type in tracking and then click on enter and then click on install now. So it's this one by Zorum with 60,000 active installations. Then click on activate. So once you have that activated, then if we go back to the orders and let's click into that order. So over here, you'll enter in the tracking number that will be provided to you if you actually post it out at the post office or your delivery service. They'll give you a tracking number and you can enter it over here. And then over here, you can click on the drop down and select the provider. So for example, I might select Australian Post. You can also scroll down and you can see USA and everything like that. Now, if you don't actually see that, then what I recommend doing is going to the shipment tracking over here. So it's under WooCommerce, and you can click on the shipping providers. Okay, and you can enable or disable a lot of these ones as well if you want it to actually display. Okay, so you can also add in a custom one as well, I'm pretty sure, but I think that might be under the Pro version. Okay, so once you've actually gone over here and enabled it, okay, then what you can do is go back over here, and I'm going to go back into the order, and then add the tracking information again. Okay, and then I'm going to select the number and then mark order as completed. So we're going to click on save tracking. So what that is going to do, it's going to send an order completion email, including the tracking information, and it allows your customer to actually track their order. So over here, it says your order is now complete. Now you can actually change that to the order is now been shipped back over here. So we can actually go back to the settings over here. Okay, so the WooCommerce settings, and then clicking on emails. And then we can scroll down over here. And then here for the completed order, we can click on manage. Okay, so for example, we just put it as your, and then site title has been shipped, like that. Okay, so once you've set that in, then basically what happens is that for the subject line, it's going to show that your order has now been shipped, right? Rather than saying it's now complete. So congratulations for getting this far in the video. We are pretty much finished with the main part of the video. I just want to give you guys some tips and recommendations. Now, let's say, for example, you want to customize the look of your emails. You can go to plugins and you can search for WooCommerce email, and there are quite a number of different plugins. For example, this one, and this one, where you're able to customize your WooCommerce emails. So for example, you can make your email design more coherent with your brand colors, and you can add images, you can change the text and things like that as well. So you can check out those plugins for your website. And let's say, for example, you want to add a currency switcher. So for example, if I'm selling to United States and then I'm also selling to Australia, maybe I want to allow people to switch currency. You can search for currency in plugins, and then you can actually install this one over here. So a lot of these are free plugins, and they do have additional features, so you may want to check them out and see which one is best for your business. And if you want to translate your website as well, I recommend using one called Weglot. So this one is really good. You'll have to get an account on Weglot and basically connect it up. And then it allows you to create a multilingual website. So people can switch from English to like Chinese or to other languages as well. And if you guys want to sort of print off shipping labels and things like that, there are different plugins and different services for that as well. So for example, one of them is actually ShipStation. And basically what it does is that you're able to purchase the shipping labels direct from the sort of postage companies. And then you're able to print off the labels, and then you're able to get the tracking and all that. And then just ship the product off to the post office, or you can actually get them to pick it up if you have enough orders and things like that. You know, that's something that you can check out in the future once you're making a, few sales every single day. And the other thing I want to touch on is that if you want to create coupons, you can hover over WooCommerce and you can click on coupons. If it doesn't show there, then you can go to marketing and coupons will be here. Okay, and over here you got the analytics. So basically with the analytics, it's going to give you a bird's eye view of your sales. You can also check, how many times they've used a coupon code. You can also basically check the taxes that you've collected, check your inventory and stock as well. So you can go through all of that, and you can also download the WooCommerce app on your phone. So you're able to get auto notifications and sort of manage your online store from your phone as well. So what if you want to add a track order page? The first thing you'll need to do is to create a new page, and you can label it as track order or tracking. It's up to you. The next thing you can do is perhaps add in a heading for your new page. So we're going to drop in a fancy heading. For the subheading, I'm going to do track order. For the heading here, we're going to do shipping, and then we're going to align it into the middle. Then click on done. The next thing that you need to do is drag in an HTML text shortcode, drag it below and drop it. And here we're going to type in the following. So square bracket, WooCommerce underscore order underscore tracking, and then close the square bracket like that. And then over here, you have your tracking. So your customers can basically just enter in their order ID and their billing information, and then click on track, and then they can track their order. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So it's very, very simple and easy to add in. So another thing that is probably worth your time and money is to go to Fiverr and take a look at product rendering. So you may want to get product renderings done for your product depending on what type of product that you're selling. But I think it's very, very useful because you can use the product rendering and you can sort of create like a fake background, and you don't really need to actually take that photo, like a real photo of it, right? So it saves a ton of time and money, but you can also search up product photography on Fiverr as well, and send your product to the person, or you can find someone who can take really nice photos for you, because having really nice photos is really important for an e-commerce website, right? So over here, as you can see, like this photo over here, basically the image that we took was just like on a plain piece of paper, and then we gave it to a graphic designer and they sort of added this different vibe to it. So you can definitely check out, some graphic designers who can actually help you with designing some, really nice graphics for your products or just anything for your website. Because with your website, like the difference between your website and a website like Louis Vuitton or something like that is not going to be like the sort of technical aspect of it. Like technically you have, 80% of what they have, but it's just going to be like the photography and branding, right? So that's really, really important. You can also find really nice photos on Adobe Stock, and some of these photos are not related, but you can get a graphic designer to sort of place your image within that photo itself, right? So you're going to save a ton of time and money like that. So besides the photos and the product renderings, there will be a time where you'll need to update the Themify shop theme. So this is a premium theme that I have permission to actually share with you guys, and you can use it for personal or commercial purposes, but you may need to update that. So you can update it manually. You can download the update at hoganschua.com/update, and you can download the Themify shop theme over here. So you can download it onto your computer, And to update it, basically you need to go to your themes, and you can activate another theme for the time being. And what you'll need to do is to delete the old theme. So you can go over here. So the settings will actually be saved, so you don't really have to worry, but you can actually back up your website as well with a plugin. So for example, like Updraft Plus, there is a video over here which you can update, but generally it should be all good. And we can just delete this old one, and we can go to the website and download the new Themify shop theme over here, and come back over here and just click on add new, and then upload theme, choose file. So choose the same theme, Themify shop, open, and then install, and then also activate. So there is another method, and that is actually to get the Themify membership. So the Themify membership basically gets you access to a license key, which allows you to automatically update your theme. So right now I'm just activating it. So basically you're able to get a Themify license key, and you can enter it over here, and you can automatically update the theme without sort of deleting it, okay? And you also get access to the support forum. So if you have any questions, you want to add any customizations to your website, you can go to the support forum and you can ask any questions, and they're really, really helpful. So it's for people who are basically serious about the website. So I personally think it's awesome value because, you know, it's not very expensive. And, you know, if you were to sort of hire someone and ask someone on like Fiverr or something, it's just going to cost a lot more than asking on the support forum over here. So basically that is it with my video. If you have any questions, you can drop it in the comment section below. And if I see any sort of frequently asked questions, I'll add it to my website at hoganchua.com/ecommerce. I'll add it on the bottom over here, and any other additional resources I'll add as well. So yeah, if you found this video helpful, then I really appreciate it if you can rate the video as well as share it with your friends and family. And if you have any questions, you can drop it in the comment section down below.